as you can see, bullpen's wide open. It's easy to see. And, we got the old-fashioned phones that it's loud and clear, so we won't have that problem.
Tony, thanks a lot. Chris, back to you.
Guys, thank you very much. Ken tried. No biting from Tony La Russa.
He wouldn't touch it. He wouldn't touch it. But I don't care if the bullpen phones work or not. If the St. Louis Cardinals don't hit tonight, they're not going to win this game. Why? Why has Tony La Russa made these lineup changes? Albert Pujols needs protection behind him. He said it in the manager's meeting today. Lance Berkman is moving up to fourth behind Albert Pujols. Why? Matt Holliday's left 11 guys on base. When Albert Pujols has been intentionally walked this series, they're 1 for 4 with 2 double plays. Half the time they hit into double plays. You can't have that if you're the St. Louis Cardinals. Albert needs protection. You need them to put some pressure on the pitcher if he's on first, have a guy that can drive him in, and Lance Berkman's that guy. He does most of his damage from the left side of the plate, and Colby Lewis is a right-handed pitcher. That's why he's hitting fourth.
I heard what Tony said in the meetings about the protection behind Pujols more important, but I think the guys ahead of Albert are the more important guys. Skip Schumacher gets into that second spot. The top 2 spots in this series so far, 3 for 37 with 3 runs scored. If those guys are on, then Ron Washington has to make a decision. Do I pitch to Albert Pujols or do I walk him? But if nobody's on, it's real easy. You're getting this. 4. Go take yourself down to first base, Albert, and then the guys behind him.
All right, of course, the series has shifted back to St. Louis for Game 6 and possibly Game 7. Of course, the biggest monument in town, that would be the St. Louis Arch. And at least somebody went on the class field trip without the rest of the class today, AJ.
You guys didn't want to come. You guys couldn't get you out of bed. But what an awesome experience. What an awesome view. I was staring at our set, and I was staring at the home plate from Busch Stadium, 630 feet in the air. It was something I highly recommend for guys if you guys can ever get up.
Well, you know what was most impressive about that picture? He had the Fox Sports.
Absolutely.
You didn't pack your White Sox jersey?
No, I wanted a billboard, but I wanted to, the company jacket. Look at that thing.
He's been wearing the same black shirt for the last 10 days anyway before we get up here on the set.
Secrets.
All right, much more coming your way as we get y'all ready for Game 6 of the World Series between the Texas Rangers and the St. Louis Cardinals right here from St. Louis, Missouri. The Chevrolet pregame show is sponsored by Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. Our stroll through the history books focuses on Game 6 heroics. And in 1977, Reggie Jackson turned into Mr. October. Took Bert Hooton deep of the Dodgers in the 4th. An inning later, same thing to Elias Sosa. Then in the 8th, he stepped to the dish against Charlie Huff.
Fly ball to center field and deep. That's going to be way back, and that's going to be gone. Reggie Jackson has hit his 3rd home run of the game. The 2nd man in World Series history to hit 3 home runs in a game.
In Game 3 this year, Albert Pujols, of course, joined Reggie Jackson and Babe Ruth as the only players to club 3 homers in a single World Series game. But in the other 4 contests, Pujols has taken the collar. Well, in a perfect world, the Cardinals grab an early lead tonight and eventually turn it over to Jason Mott. But the man with the beard is only the 2nd most loved furry creature here in St. Louis. If there was ever a time for that guy, the rally squirrel, to live up to his name, here it is.
And there's a squirrel that ran right in front of home plate. He saw the squirrel yesterday, and now he's in the stands.
Rally squirrel. He's brave, he's bold, he is the rally squirrel.
That's crazy, man. I mean, to go through the home plate, you know, on the big stage in the postseason, and now everybody talking about it.
Philly threw one down in our bullpen at the end of Game 5, and Dotel's keeping it as kind of a little mascot that we have.
He might be hiding in Dotel's locker. I think that's where we found out he's been hiding.
Rally squirrel, rally squirrel.
Rally squirrel, baby. So the big question is how much of a playoff share the rally squirrel should get.
I think maybe a 3rd, because it's been there really in the first round. But it may show its face again, so we may have to vote it in a little bit more.
Who's to say it's the same squirrel?
Is it the same rally squirrel, or is it a family of squirrels? And if that's the case, I don't think we want to be diluting the share too much. Maybe you just give one for the whole family and let them figure out how to divide it.
Go crazy, folks, here comes the rally squirrel. Rally squirrel.
They're going to need him tonight. Well, tonight's Facebook poll, tell us, what is your favorite postseason rally theme? Is it the rally squirrel, the rally monkey who helped the Angels in 2002 win it all, Fear the Beard from a year ago, or another favorite? You can vote and share your comments on Fox Sports Facebook page. Okay, guys, you get to vote first.
I know which one's not my favorite. It's the rally monkey. I was there in 2002, and it destroyed my Twins that year, so I'm not a big fan of the rally monkey.
All I know is that rally squirrel better be ready to go in the bottom of the 1st tonight, because he's got to come out and get this fan base excited. They've got to score first, get the crowd involved. You don't want to wait until the 5th or 6th inning and give Texas that advantage. The Cardinals are 1 for 16 with runners in scoring position since that offensive outburst in Game 3. As a hitter, you want to go up there, be patient. You've got to get that hit early in the game, because you're going to be thinking about it and you're going to be pressing. It makes it difficult. Score early.
If I'm Texas, I want to do the complete opposite. I want to jump on St. Louis. If I put pressure on them and I make them score runs and have to score runs, you can feel it as a player. The other team starts pressing. They start pushing a little bit harder. And as a baseball player, the hardest thing to do in baseball, get a hit when you absolutely have to. If Texas scores early on tonight's game, St. Louis will feel that pressure. La Russa will start making moves left and right. You can see it in the dugout. You can see it on the other side of the field. You start counting outs as a Texas Ranger, the St. Louis Cardinals and their fans will start counting outs, just like Eric Karros did in 2003 with the Cubs and Bartman.
No, we don't.
I want to know how Texas scoring early is the opposite of St. Louis scoring
Good point.
early.
I'm happy somebody was listening here. By the way, you can hear the fans in the background here at Busch Stadium. They're going crazy because several Hall of Famers in St. Louis Cardinals lore, including Stan the Man Musial, Red Shandies, Lou Brock, Ozzie Smith. They're all here to help pregame ceremonies. What a wonderful sight. Also, Bob Gibson here as well. Talk about some amazing history for a franchise.
Those guys are good.
I want to know if Ozzie did the backflip running out tonight.
That red, something about that red, though, just works.
Much more coming your way from St. Louis. We're going to break down the starting pitchers. Colby Lewis, who pitched overseas, hopes to bring Texas a world championship, while Jaime Garcia tries to help the Cards survive. More from St. Louis after this. Welcome back to the Chevrolet World Series pregame show on Fox. You got a little taste of it before the break. A sight to see here in St. Louis tonight. The greats of yesteryear gathering together. Stan the Man Musial seated. He turns 91 next month, joined by fellow Hall of Famers Red Schoendienst, Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, and Ozzie Smith. Something special for the fans, and obviously an emotional moment here tonight in St. Louis. Well, right now, Texas Rangers catcher Mike Napoli might be the World Series most valuable player. He was also the most moved player this offseason, traded twice in a 5-day span, and he's been quite a catch for Texas.
That is tomahawk way out of here to left. In the air to right center field. And it's 4-2 Texas in the 8th.
Second base, got him! What a pick by Mike Napoli! What else can that man do?
You can almost hear those Napoli chants all the way from Arlington, Texas. It just shows the depth of this lineup, EK.
Well, it's incredibly deep, and that's the thing that makes the Texas Rangers so dangerous. In the division series, the leader in home runs and RBIs for the Rangers, Adrian Beltre. In the championship series, the leader in home runs and RBIs for the Rangers, Nelson Cruz. And so far in this World Series, it's been Mike Napoli. The theme there, somebody different each series, and that's what makes them so dangerous, so deep. You can't just pick out one guy and try and shut him down. Right now, Napoli is on fire.
Well, you didn't even talk about two guys that everyone talked about before this series, and that's Josh Hamilton and Michael Young. I picked Michael Young to win the MVP before this series. I picked the wrong Mike. I should have picked Mike Napoli. But not only offensively has he done it, defensively he's been amazing. Throwing out 5 of 7 potential base stealers. ERA of 3.20 as a catcher. That's really good in the postseason. Also, blocked home plate incredibly. Been run over a couple times, blocked pitches in the dirt, and tonight he's hitting 7. What have the Rangers 7-hole hitters done in the postseason? 7 homers, 17 RBIs. I expect Mike Napoli to have a tremendous game tonight.
All right, guys, let's focus on the Mound Men. It's a rematch from Game 2. Colby Lewis, he was sensational. He gave up just 1 run working into the 7th inning back in St. Louis in Game 2. Jaime Garcia goes for the Cardinals. He pitched shutout ball through 7 innings. Tell us a little bit about Colby Lewis.
Well, EK summed it up best. He's the Rangers' best postseason pitcher, not only on the road, but at home. And in the postseason, he's been incredible this entire postseason. 3-1 with a 2.22 ERA in his career. What does that mean? He's going to throw sliders. He's got to throw a high fastball just high enough where you pop it up. As a hitter, you face him, it's not an uncomfortable at bat. You don't realize, hey, I'm 0 for 4 all of a sudden. Why? Because I just missed pitches. That's what he did in Game 2, and he has to do that again tonight, and I fully expect it out of him if the Texas Rangers are going to win.
And Jaime Garcia had a great Game 2, no question about it. 7 strikeouts, all 7 of them swinging. He's going to have to make some adjustments because I guarantee you those Ranger hitters will make adjustments after what they saw in Game 2. Talking to Michael Young, Mike Napoli, they said, think up the middle. Go right back up the middle. Don't try to pull it. If Jaime Garcia recognizes that you try to pull the ball, he's going to eat you alive with off-speed stuff away.
It's Garcia against Lewis here in Game 6. We'll see you right after the game. Time right now to send you upstairs to the public address announcer here in St. Louis. That would be John Hewlett.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your caps for our national anthem. Performing tonight's anthem is multi-platinum, Grammy-nominated R&B singer and record producer Joe.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, save us that star-spangled banner yet wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We are just about ready for baseball in a series that has seen it all. Tight games and dramatic moments. Will the trophy head to Texas, or will the Cardinals force one more contest?
Those my brothers, I ain't even gotta say it. That's just something they know. They know, they know.
Series pregame show on Fox. St. Louis is jumping. They're ready to go. And so are we as we bring you Game 6 of the World Series between the Texas Rangers and the St. Louis Cardinals. Let's head on upstairs to the broadcast booth and say hello, Joe Buck.
And right back at you, Chris Rose. Hello, and hello to everybody. Well, here we are in St. Louis. It is cool, no rain in the forecast, and we're ready for Game 6. Everybody's well rested and ready to go. After a couple of nights off, and it's a rematch pitching-wise of Game 2, a very well-pitched game with Garcia and Colby Lewis. By the way, I'm Joe. Tim is coming up, and get in here, Tim. You know, you can talk about bullpen phone lines and failed hit and runs and all you want. The reason why the Cardinals lost Game 5 is they did not hit, and that has to change if they're going to force a Game 7.
And the reason the Texas Rangers are up 3-2 over the Cardinals is, for the most part, they've shut down the Cardinal hitters. In fact, if you take away Game 3, when the Cardinals scored 16 runs, the Ranger staff has held the Cardinals to 6 runs in 4 games. That's doing it on the mound. The Rangers hope to continue that trend. The Cardinals, of course, hope to change it.
Yeah, and maybe the Rangers pitching doesn't get enough credit for what they did in Game 5. And here in Game 6, they've got a big weapon in their bullpen tonight.
A guy who has gotten a lot of credit, that's Derek Holland, who pitched that 8 1/3 inning of shutout ball. He's in the bullpen not only tonight, but if necessary, tomorrow night.
That would be a Game 7, but right now it's Game 6, and here is Mad Men star, St. Louis and Cardinal fan, John Hamm, to give you the tease before we play ball.
Trailing for the first time in the series, the Cardinals return home down, but certainly not out. You see, having their backs against the wall is nothing new. 10.5 games out of the playoffs in late August. Season's over, right? Wrong. These guys staged one of the greatest comebacks in Major League history and got in on the last day. Now, over on the Texas side, this team has seemingly been playing second fiddle for most of their history. But a win tonight, and all that becomes a distant memory of their first ever championship. Will it be in the cards for Game 7? We'll find out as first pitch is coming up next on Fox.
Sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Jaime Garcia, the young left-hander, 25 years old, leads his club onto the field. And they are ready for Game 6 here in St. Louis. Tonight's opening pitch brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. And we'll give you a look at the Taco Bell starting lineup. Taco Bell, think outside the bun. Same that tried to deal with Garcia in Game 2. Ian Kinsler leads it off at second. Elvis Andrus back second. Then it's Josh Hamilton. Still does not have a home run this postseason. Michael Young, Adrian Beltre, Nelson Cruz is in right. Napoli's been a hitting hero in this World Series, as the guys talked about. And it's Craig Gentry getting the start in center. And Colby Lewis pitching and batting ninth as we look at the stats for the left-hander Jaime Garcia and what he's done this postseason.
He had 32 starts during the season, 4 in the postseason, and is yet to win. You may remember Ron Washington saying this about Jaime Garcia. Texas must bring him on the plate. What that basically means, they're right-handed batters on the change-up away, don't swing at bad balls in the dirt. You're inclined to do that with Garcia, but he has an electrifying change, curveball, and cutter. He broke a lot of bats of the Rangers in Game 2.
And he is going to try to break their hearts here tonight and force a Game 7 tomorrow, while the Rangers try for their first ever championship in franchise history. Gary Cederstrom is behind home plate. The crew chief who worked Game 1 is now all the way back around to first base. And it's Greg Gibson, Alfonso Marquez, Ron Kolpa down the left field line, Ted Barrett down the right field line, and here is Ian Kinsler, a .255 hitter during the regular season, 5 out of 17 in this World Series. Glad you're with us. Should be a fun night. Strike one. Home plate umpire already needs a new supply of baseballs. He's got it. They're in his pockets. The 0-1. High for ball one. I know, Tim, you've been impressed when we've had a chance to sit down and talk with Jaime Garcia. Impressed by his talent, impressed by the way he approaches that talent. Great mental approach. Here is a 1-1. That's in at the knees, maybe a little bit low. The count now 3 balls and a strike. Scoreboard catches up, as do I. Look at Ron Washington. Is tonight the night? Over but low, and that's a leadoff walk, and not the kind of start Jaime Garcia had in mind when he woke up this morning. Let's take a look at Tony La Russa's defense. Matt Holliday is in left. Skip Schumacher gets the start in center. Lance Berkman is in right. Freeze for Kyle Punto and Pujols. The catcher is Molina. Garcia on the mound. Joe, you talked about Skip Schumacher in center field. He had only 1 start in center this year. So look for the Rangers to take advantage of that because of Schumacher's inexperience this year in center. And pitch down and away now. 5 have missed in a row out of the left hand of Jaime Garcia. Elvis Andrus is at the plate. Garcia tough to run against, and the Rangers use the stolen base quite a bit, have only 1 steal this World Series. Cardinals have none. Strike one. Josh Hamilton on deck. Pujols holds against Kinsler as the Rangers trying to get on the board first here tonight. That is just up and away. The count 2-1.
Good pitch on which to send the runner right here. 2 balls and 1 strike. The ideal hit and run count.
Runner stays put, and Andrus with a base hit into left center field. Holliday will make his throw back into second, and going first to third is Kinsler, nobody out. A walk, a hit, and the Rangers are in business in the first.
Oh, those devilish leadoff walks. Andrus coming through. That looked like a cut fastball. He tried to get it in on the hands, but Andrus extended that bat head. First and third, nobody out early.
Good base running by Kinsler. And now it's Josh Hamilton, who has 2 RBIs in this World Series. Hard hit, base hit into right. In to score is Kinsler. Going to third is Andrus. 1-0 Rangers in the first. Hamilton jumped on the first pitch and singled it under the glove, or just to the side of the glove of Punto at second.
He's jumped on the first pitch more than any other major leaguer this year. Almost 50% of the time will he swing at the first pitch, and it's a productive base hit for Hamilton.
Just out of the reach of Punto. And now Michael Young takes a ball in for a strike. Young so far in this World Series is 4 out of 19, a home run, 3 RBIs. The Rangers showing what they can do on the bases as well, with Kinsler going first to third. Elvis Andrus as well on the hit by Hamilton. The 0-1. Late swing and a miss, strike 2. Dave Duncan, the Cardinals pitching coach, on the right. And all ready for Garcia, who was so good in game 2 when he got a no decision. The Rangers have touched him for 1, and now a big strikeout to get Young. And he chased it high, 1 out.
Strikeout cutter from Garcia gets Michael Young for the first Cardinal out here in the first inning.
And now Adrian Beltre. Beltre has done that, 8 for 21 in this World Series, and that home run off his right knee against Carpenter. As a check on the runner at first, Hamilton gets back easily. The home run came in game 5 3 nights ago. Those numbers since the 1st of September. He's got 4 home runs this postseason. Takes high. Nobody defensively among third basemen has turned more double plays since 2003 than Adrian Beltre. Garcia's trying to get him to hit into him. And that pitch won't get the job done. Up, and Beltre fouled it straight back.
Yeah, that pitch was very hittable. Beltre just fouled it back. Tries to square up on it. Let her high, perhaps too high.
Here's a 1-1. Strike 2. Garcia, who was pinpoint with his control in game 2. 7 innings, no runs, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. He's given up 1. Rangers look for more.
Joe, one of the best pieces of training advice for minor leaguers or even for amateur pitchers is one simple statement. If you walk the leadoff hitter in an inning, he's going to score. It's a
amazing how many times they do.
That has happened here tonight as Beltre takes ball 2. 2-2. Runner at third is Andrews. Runner at first is Hamilton. Here is a 2-2. Another foul.
That's the thing about these Ranger hitters. You can get 1/3, 2/3 of the way there. But they are a feisty group. They struck out fewer times than any other major league team this year.
It's big when you're a team that can run. A 2-2. Full count.
I don't think Hamilton will be running with that bad groin.
He's a runner at first. 3-2. And that keeps him alive as the foul tip caught a lot of Yadier Molina.
Looked like it came up under the right thigh of Yadi. He appears to be all right. No?
I think it hit straight off that right thigh.
Yeah, right thigh, right heel.
And so the count remains full. Another strikeout. 2 away here in the top of the first.
Boy, did Garcia and Molina save the perfect changeup to get Beltre. Pitchers almost choked that pitch. Took a lot off. Second consecutive strikeout for Garcia.
He's now got 9 strikeouts in this World Series, Garcia, and all of them swings and misses for strike 3. The hitters think they see something, and then it's not there. Here's Nelson Cruz. Strike 1 running away from him.
Yeah, that changeup to get Beltre. Remember Ron Washington saying, bring it to the plate. That's a changeup. Bring it to the plate. If it's away, not good to swing at.
To third for David Freese, and the inning is over. So young Jaime Garcia gets 1, but holds it right there. Game 6 after a half. 1-zip Texas. By the revolutionary new Nikon One system, huge in every way except size, and by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Oh, but we're not finished with Taco Bell. It brings you the starting lineup. Think outside the bun. Rafael Furcal leads off at short, then it's Skip Schumacher batting second. We've seen Alan Craig in that spot when this series was in Arlington. Then Pujols. Berkman backs him up. Matt Holliday, David Freese, Yadier Molina, Nick Punto, and Jaime Garcia is pitching and batting ninth. And here's a guy who has, over the last 2 postseasons, put together a 2.22 ERA. He's been very good in October.
Exceptional for the Rangers in October. Scouting report, his ERA 2 runs better on the road. That's why he's starting here in St. Louis, a fly ball pitcher. And his success, that deep slider that breaks near the hitter, not out of his hand.
Kyle was up there to take, and he takes a strike. Standing with a bat on his shoulder, and Rafael has struggled. Just 3 hits and 20 at-bats in this series. That bounces in. And hitting just 188 overall in the postseason. Here's a 1-1. Up high, 2-1. Look at the top 2 lineup spots. I talked about it in the pregame. 108, which is important in front of Pujols. Get traffic on in front of Albert Pujols to make the Rangers more inclined to pitch to him. And so far, Ron Washington has taken that approach when he's been able to. Anybody but Albert.
1 and 2 hitters very important, and obviously the number 4 hitter, Lance Berkman, hitting behind Pujols tonight.
Here's a 2-2 from Colby Lewis. In the air to center, and Gentry goes back to grab it. 1 out. You know, Gentry's in center. To his right is Josh Hamilton. To his left, Nelson Cruz. And around the infield, it's Beltre, Andrews, Kinsler, and Michael Young. The catcher is Napoli, who's done as much with his arm as he has with his bat. And he is catching Colby Lewis, and they try and figure out Schumacher, who's hitting .500 this postseason, 1 for 4 in the World Series. Strike 1. John Jay has been the starter in center for the most part during the postseason. He's 0 for 14 in this World Series, and for the last 2 games now has started the night on the bench. The 1-1. And to right center, a base hit. Schumacher broke his bat, and he's on with Pujols coming up.
The Cardinals are hoping that they can get Pujols up there without any intention of walking him intentionally. Did it 3 times in Game 5.
That night became the first player in World Series history to get an intentional walk with the bases empty. As he flies one into right, coming in to get it is Nelson Cruz. 2 out. Lance Berkman will be the hitter as we take a look at tonight's Chase Freedom Cashback Player to Watch. And we're going to add 2 guys here, the World Series cleanup hitters. It's either been Holliday or Berkman. And there are their numbers during this World Series. Holliday does not have an RBI. And Berkman has the highest average among these 2 teams in the World Series. Don't get shortchanged. Get your cash back with Chase Freedom. Lance 7 out of 18 to compile that .389 average. And he hits one into center. Back at the wall. Cardinals lead Game 6. 2-1 as Berkman goes deep.
fastball away to left center in the October cold. You can understand that ball carrying in the summer. Got to hit it a ton to get it out in that direction tonight.
Berkman, who told us he can't wait for the postseason to be over so we can shave the gray out of that beard. It's itching him, it's driving him nuts. He's trying to force one more day this October with that beard. So many of these guys, like hockey, have gone to a playoff style beard, and Berkman is one of the gang for St. Louis. Now a 1-2 pitch to Matt Holliday. Over but low, ball 2.
The best way to eliminate Gray is to keep hitting them like Berkman just hit them, or hit it.
That thing was pounded.
Ooh.
The 2-2. Full count. Pitch called ball 4, and it's a 2-out walk. And Colby Lewis can't believe that was ball 4 instead of strike 3. And it keeps the inning alive for David Freese. There's a 413-foot home run off the bat of Lance Berkman the other way. Berkman, who has parlayed a 1-year, $8 million deal into a 1-year extension for 12 next year. As an all-star, hit 31 home runs. It was his second of this postseason, first of the series, strike 1. The home run ball bites Colby Lewis again. Berkman now hitting over 400 in this World Series. A long-time Houston Astro. His Astros were swept in the World Series back in 2005 by the White Sox. He was a rent-a-player last year with the Yankees. They lost to these Rangers in the ALCS. Inside, ball 1. Chased it in the first strikeout for Colby Lewis. For the first World Series home run this year for Lance Berkman. Gives the Cardinals a 2-1 lead after 1 in Game 6. been. He has hit 2 home runs. He has driven in 9 during this World Series. He's been good behind the plate. He's been good with his arm. He's done everything.
Everything.
And he leads it off here with Gentry and Lewis to follow. 2-1 St. Louis in the second, and a strike hits the inside corner.
I love the comment by the Renaissance man manager of the Tampa Bay Rays, Joe Madden. Said this is the year of the Napoli. It has been so far.
Here is an 0-1 pitch. Further inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. On deck Gentry and then the pitcher Lewis. So a little different look to the bottom of the lineup here. The Cardinals hosting this World Series game. That ball carries a long way but foul. Strike 2. Here are the numbers for Napoli. 9 runs batted in. The rest of the team actually 11 now with that first inning run. Game-winning double in Game 5. And one of 2 players all time with 4 multiple RBI games in a World Series. The other guy, by the way, is Mickey Mantle back in 1960.
When the Yankees played the Pittsburgh Pirates, the shot heard round Pittsburgh, the Mazeroski home run.
That was in Game 7 to win it. As Napoli takes in the dirt 2-2. We've talked about it a couple of times. He was traded twice in January, Napoli. From the Angels to Toronto and from Toronto to Texas. 2-2. Full count. Came back to get Garcia in the first. And he's done it here in the second. Celebrate America's game with Chevrolet. Upload a picture of your youth player and you could win hundreds of MLB prizes. Be a part of Chevy Centennial Celebration and enter for a chance to win at ChevyBaseball.com. Here is Gentry, who is 0 for 3 in this series, 4 out of 13 during the postseason. And he can fly. Got great speed, tough to double. Garcia held him hitless in Game 2, and now Garcia, like he did back in the first, misses with the first to the second batter of the inning after a leadoff walk. The 1-0. Ball and a strike. Gentry during the regular season hit .271 for the Rangers, who won a club record 96 games.
Craig initially was called up, as you look at Colby Lewis on deck, but Craig was initially called up on May 7th when Nelson Cruz went on the disabled list with his first of 2 pulled hamstrings during the year.
Here's a 1-1. Ball 2.
The problem right now with Jaime is he's trying to be too fine on even counts. First pitch, 1-1 counts. A good theory on pitching is use the middle of the plate for strikes and then expand the strike zone.
Base hit left field off the bat of Gentry. Gets his first World Series hit. And the first 2 are on for the Rangers in the second. And that will bring Colby Lewis in, presumably to bunt. We talked to Ron Washington prior to Game 1. And he said, I'm going to play it straight with my pitchers. Nobody's on, they'll swing. If they run the bases, I hope they don't get hurt. And if guys are on, I'm going to have them bunt. Well, we saw Lewis in Game 2 swing the bat and handle the bat pretty well. Albert Pujols will dare him to swing the bat. strike one. You see how close Pujols and Freese are. I mean, they can almost shake hands with Lewis, with Furcal trying to beat Napoli over to the third base bag.
Yeah, knowing that Colby Lewis does not have good bat control. And Freese, if Lewis does get the bunt down, then Furcal will be at third base to receive his throw.
It'll take a good bunt to advance Napoli. And it's hard to Freese. Double pump out. Over to first. Out. Double play.
He laid down what normally would be a good bunt, but not for an American League pitcher. An easy play, and that rocket arm of Furcal gets Lewis at first base. 5, 6, 4 from the blimp.
Not a whole lot of time elapsed from the moment Furcal got it at third and Lewis was out at first. Now the tying run at second, 2 out for Kinsler. Ball 1 outside. A walk and a run scored. He scored on a base hit by Josh Hamilton. Then the Rangers at first and third, nobody out, and did not score another run. Ball 2. Trying to extend that to 12 straight postseason road games is Kinsler, and if he does, with Gentry's speed, the runner at second and into the outfield should tie this game. 2-0. 2-1.
Ian Kinsler, the very definition of a pull hitter. In his career, he's hit 128 home runs. That includes the last 2 postseasons. Of the 128 home runs, 109 have been pulled to left field. 2 have been hit to right field.
Pulls that foul. Pitch in on his hands, and it's 2-2.
That's why Rafael Furcal is playing Kinsler in the hole on the left side of the infield.
Hit 32 home runs during the regular season this year. And he launches this one foul. Played collegiately at Missouri. He didn't start there. Ian Kinsler has developed into one of the best all-around middle infielders in the game. Already 40 pitches for Garcia. It's been a struggle so far. Full count. In the gap in left center field. To tie this game, 1 hop over the wall. It's a ground rule RBI double for Kinsler, and it's 2-2 in the second.
You've heard that expression, second time through the lineup. This is the second time the Rangers have faced Jaime Garcia. And this cutter gets too much of the plate. It starts on the outside, right in the wheelhouse of a dead pull hitter to tie it.
That for the Rangers is their first hit with a runner in scoring position, 2 out in this series. And Mitchell Boggs is starting to get loose. Everybody is available in the Cardinal bullpen tonight except Chris Carpenter. could get the ball in game 7 on short rest tomorrow if there is one. Edwin Jackson on regular rest is a possibility. Even Westbrook. Now the go-ahead run at second with 2 out. And Elvis Andrus at the plate. Strike 1. That's in the air to right. Long run for Berkman, and it's out of his reach. Strike 2. You think about the opportunities for Texas. There's Derek Holland, who was so good in game 4. He is in the bullpen tonight for Ron Washington. Rangers at first and third, a run home, nobody out, didn't score anymore in the first. And don't forget the double play turned on the bunt. Dropped down by Colby Lewis earlier this inning. Here's the 0-2. Blocked nicely by Molina.
That's the hardest pitch to block, the fastball, because you don't anticipate it being in the dirt. The breaking ball, you go down with it to block it, anticipating it in the dirt.
Here is a 1-2. Again, it's down. A lot of pitches down from Garcia here in the first 2 innings, 2-2. On deck, the left-handed hitting Hamilton. The bullpen, the right-hander Mitchell Boggs. Here's a 2-2. Spoiled it. Elvis asking the home plate umpire Gary Cederstrom if he just offered it ball 3. Club president Nolan Ryan. Watching with the rest of us, a 2-2 pitch. Game 2, Garcia threw 87 pitches in 7 innings. He will throw at least 49 through 2 innings here tonight. Into right, and Berkman came in and had to reach high to grab it. Rangers get a run. RBI double by Kinsler, and after an inning and a half in game 6, tied at 2. He's on Fox is sponsored by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Tonight's aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, and Tim, I know you do, you got to get DirecTV.
I do, and I haven't.
Bottom of the second for the Cardinals. They got a 2-run shot from Berkman in the first. The Rangers with a single run in the first and second, so it's 2-2. Here is Yadier Molina. Right back at us. Actually over us. Strike one. Yadi is a career .324 hitter. They're in the World Series 12 out of 37. And he waits for the 0-1 from Lewis. Right at Elvis Andrus. Yadier Molina grounds out, and he had this from home plate umpire Gary Cedarstrom when Beltre was at the plate in the first.
You all righty? It's not a good way to start the game. Yadier getting drilled right off the bat.
Two guys who really understand one another, the home plate umpire and the catcher.
They always see eye to eye, as you did back in your career. Never a cross word with the guy behind the plate.
No.
Punto loses his bat, and it hits the front rail of the dugout. Right in front of Chris Carpenter and Edwin Jackson.
The way I see it, Chris Carpenter is the unofficial, official starting pitcher tomorrow night for the Cardinals. I know there's been talk about Edwin Jackson. I think with Tony La Russa, obviously if they get to 7 games, when he thinks about it along with Dave Duncan, to me he's the only option.
I agree. La Russa has not even gone down that path as Punto strikes out. Talking about it with us before the game, he said either way, even if we had no rain out, we felt good about how we could pitch game 7. And he said, I promise you, I will really think about it if we get there, meaning if the Cardinals win tonight, as Jaime Garcia walks in. Ken Rosenthal is with us. Ken, what's your gut? Who gets the ball if there is a game 7?
Joe, my gut is Carpenter, but here would be the case against him. He's thrown a career high 267 in the 3rd innings, more than 4,000 pitches at age 36, second only to Verlander this season. And the Cardinals, well, they'd be facing the Rangers for the 3rd time with Carpenter on the mound. And that's something they may not want to do.
Didn't seem to slow down a guy like Gibson, other people in the past.
No, it did not.
There are the numbers for Carpenter in this World Series. He was the winner in game 1 as Garcia is in the hole 1 and 2, and he pitched well in game 5.
All of those things that Ken said may be true. However, it's game 7 of the World Series. How many other chances are you going to have for that game?
He was also undefeated at home during the postseason in his career, and he said he learned something from starting on short rest in the division series at Philadelphia. But all that doesn't matter if the Rangers win tonight 2-2 after 2. Series is sponsored by Jennie-O. Make the switch. Look for Jennie-O turkey at a store near you. And by Chase. Don't get shortchanged. Get your cash back with Chase Freedom. Down below, we go into the third inning of Game 6, tied at 2. Hamilton takes a ball. So far, the breaking ball has not been a strike from Jaime Garcia. And it is obvious that the leash is short. Any sign of trouble, La Russa will get his bullpen busy. It's a good start to the inning for Garcia as he gets a pop-up, but Freese can't make the catch. And then goes into almost the camera well. As Freese went a long way, got there, but could not make the grab.
Well, he drifted toward the fence. A rule of thumb is if you think it's going to be near the fence, go there and then back off. If you drift, the fence and the ball are going to arrive at the same time, and that's what happened.
Not only did Freese drift, the ball drifted way toward foul territory. That's a wide strike, strike 2, and Hamilton exhales after that call went against him.
Yeah, Joe, if the ball is drifting, that's even more of a reason to get to the fence and then back off if necessary.
Garcia strikes out Hamilton, strikeout number 3. As Garcia went wide for strike 2 and then went wider for strike 3.
Best pitch of the night for Jaime Garcia. Slider off the plate.
Now the batter, Michael Young. Young was up in a key spot. First inning, a run home, first and third, nobody out, and he struck out on a pitch up. Here he chops one up the middle for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. Live the ultimate baseball dream experience, and you will be hanging out with MLB stars and celebrities all season long in 2012. Check out MLBFanCave.com now for more details. A lot of Ranger fans in attendance, hoping that for the first time in franchise history, franchise that started as the Senators in Washington in 1961, they win it all here tonight. Ball 1 to Beltre.
The first game in Arlington was 14,439 days ago.
51st year of franchise history and the 40th in Texas. That's down and in, 2-0. On deck is Nelson Cruz. Here's a 2-0. On the inside corner, Garcia got the call, 2-1. Beltre struck out his first time, now up on the count 3-1, and this is a different Jaime Garcia than the Rangers saw stuff-wise from Game 2.
Biggest difference, Joe, is he cannot control his stuff tonight. He's throwing as hard. I don't think he's throwing his changeup enough either.
Might be 2. Punto flips out. Furcal took care of the rest, and that was well turned. Poor flip from Punto. Furcal saved it, and after 2.5 in Game 6, tied at 2. The third inning here in game 6. Tied at 2. It'll be for Cal, Schumacher, and Pujols. And there's that kind of swinging bunt, slapping thing that Cal likes to do from time to time, and he fouls at strike 1.
Knowing Adrian Beltre is shallow at third base, trying to just bloop the ball over his outstretched glove.
Here's the 0-1 from Lewis. Over good luck. For Cal, lined out to center his first time up. Schumacher will follow. He got a base hit. And then Schumacher scored on the 2-out 2-run shot by Burton. Up and away, 2-1. Fernando Salas getting ready. 2 days off, and they are loaded down in that bullpen as for Cal, really struggling. Gets under it, pops it into shallow right center. 1 out. Back to that double play, then end to the top of this third.
Gives you an idea of how many things a shortstop has to do to make this play. Catch the ball, make the transfer, step on the bag, avoid the runner, and throw out the guy who hit it. That's a lot to do in a short time.
And then getting Beltre on the 4-6-3 double play as Schumacher takes a ball. Anybody who watches enough baseball at this level, you just take the double play and turning it for granted. It's something Skip Schumacher had to really work hard at doing when he went from the outfield to the second base position. It's just not that physically easy.
No.
2-0. Fly ball into center. Back is Gentry, right in front of the track. 2 out. And with Pujols coming up, tonight's Volkswagen Passat trivia question: how many World Series Game 6s have ended with a home run? This, by the way, is the 63rd Game 6 in World Series history out of a total of 107 World Series. Give you a little video hint a bit later. Pujols had a pretty good swing his first time, fly to right, ball 1.
I remember one, working it with your dad in '91. Kirby Puckett, Jack's famous call. We'll see you tomorrow night.
There's one inside, 2-0.
Nothing else. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Then you and Sean McDonough were together for another one, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Rifled through one partner after another over your years. Play-by-play guys in your wake. 2 out, nobody on. The 2-1. Pujols takes a strike, and Lewis has come right after it. Base is empty. Pujols reached for it and fouls it. He's got 18 career postseason home runs. He hit 3 in Game 3. And he shoots one into left. Back at the track. This ball will fall short as Pujols got under it, and Hamilton hauls it in. The Cardinals go in order in the third. We go to the fourth. Will it be Salas or Garcia? Rangers and Cardinals tied at 2. sponsored by the all-new Volkswagen Passat. That's Das Auto. By Citibank, what's your story? Citi can help you write it. And by J. Edgar, from director Clint Eastwood, in theaters November 11th. New pitchers, Fernando Salas. Jaime Garcia is finished after 3. He allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. Big swing by Cruz, strike 1. Garcia walked 2, struck out 3, and he is out after 3.
I think Tony La Russa thinking he would be pressing his luck to keep Garcia in the game. 14 batters faced Jaime, and 7 got on. He was aided by 2 double plays.
Off the hands, fouled back. Strike 2. La Russa, who has worn out that bullpen, not in a bad way, but used them night after night after night. Told us before the game, got a rested group. They've had 2 games off. They're ready to go.
All hands on deck.
Here's the 0-2. Down and in, ball 1. Cruz, then Napoli, then Gentry. That's high, 2-2. Meanwhile, Colby Lewis is settled in. He's now retired 7 straight. The 2-2 from Salas. Foul back, and another big swing by Cruz. Trying to tie the all-time record for home runs in a postseason. He's got 7. The record is 8. Bonds and Beltran. The 2-2, and he got under. Fly ball into shallow left. In comes Holiday. Out goes for Kyle, and Holiday drops it. Holiday was willing to give way to Furcal, and that's Holiday's ball all the way.
No question about it. That ball had so much hang time. Now Holiday is playing Cruz deep. But there's no way that is Rafael Furcal's ball. Holiday should call him off immediately. A crisis. They clash. An error on Holiday, I would think.
Here's the manager's reaction. So a pop-up goes for an error. That's Holiday's first of the postseason. Furcal kept drifting out there, and Holiday was willing to let him go after a ball that was Holiday's all the way.
With that much hang time, always the left fielder's ball.
Now Napoli has another RBI chance. See how Salas does trying to get around that error. That's strike 1. That will remind Cardinal fans of Holiday's drop in the division series. He's yelling, "Take it." Holiday dropped a ball out at Dodger Stadium against LA back in the division series of 09. It trickled away from Molina, but he got back on top of it. The count evens 1-1. See what the Rangers do with this opportunity. Runner at second, nobody out. Had scored a run first and third, nobody out in the first, and did not played any more runs. Rangers have the right guy up there to do something about this tie game. That is fair. Down the right field line. Cruising around third is Cruz, and it's 3-2. Texas on top. An error followed by that well-placed single by Napoli, who's got another RBI.
Well, so far, Christmas has come early for the Rangers. A fastball just fair. I think it may have hit the line. Good play by Berkman. Just inside the line and clearly fair. Called by Ted Barrett, the right field umpire.
Now the batter is Gentry. Made the start because of the left-hander Garcia on the mound, and there's the reaction from the club president, taking advantage of that error as Cruz comes home to score. RBI for Napoli, and that is number 10. That's foul. That now makes Napoli number 1 all-time against the Cardinals in World Series RBIs. He's tied with Lou Gehrig, who drove home 9 back in 1928. But now Napoli has 10. On deck is Colby Lewis, who again has a 1-run lead. Here's a 1-1. Strike 2. Still nobody out in the inning. Gentry with a base hit. Led to a run last time up, and now he strikes out for round number 1.
Good changeup from Salas. Gets Gentry. Another bunt attempt expected from Colby Lewis.
He'll try to get Napoli down to second. He could not bunt Napoli over to third back in the second. Went for a double play, and that one is a foul ball. Nearly a double play as Pujols took it, but on the wrong side of the line. Strike 1.
Pujols tried to get it before it went foul, charging it, and a good call by home plate umpire Gary Cederstrom. It's his call before the ball reaches first base, and then it goes to the first base umpire once it crosses the bag.
So the count on 1. Lewis shows it early and bunts it back to Salas. He throws it into center field. Stopping at second is Napoli, and he's hurt. And Mike Napoli, who has been a star in this World Series, went down going around the bag. And it's the second error of the inning on this throw by Fernando Salas.
I think Salas thought if he could get the ball to second base, the double play would be completed. And I think Napoli tripped going over second, not slide. Oh my gosh, that left ankle hitting the bag and jamming. Watch the left ankle turn right there. Ooh, man.
It's a fielder's choice, no sacrifice. Error on Salas.
I'm not sure Mike expected a throw to second base. When in doubt, you slide. He tried to go in standing up and just jammed and twisted that left ankle. Sometimes a shortstop will decoy a throw. He'll act like there's no play. For Kyle, a very experienced shortstop. But that throw, he had no chance for that throw by Salas.
So the Cardinal defense is He's committed 2 errors in the inning, 1 on a routine fly ball. Trying to straighten out or loosen up that left ankle is Napoli after he went down hard.
It's a real problem for Ron Washington, because if you leave Napoli in the game, then you don't know whether he's able to score on a base hit to the outfield. You want to make absolutely sure that he can run.
So an error on Holiday, now an error on Salas. Napoli will stay in the game with Ian Kinsler coming up.
And Joe, even if he can run, you're not sure whether he can squat or not.
Here's Kinsler. RBI double his last time up, a walk and a run scored in the first. Strike 1. You wonder how you can watch an ankle bend like that and the guy's okay to continue in the game, but so far Napoli says he's good enough as he continues to try and move the ankle around and stretch it at second base. Here's the 0-1. On the inside corner, strike 2. Salas has the count at 0-2 and now gets him looking 2 out. Second strikeout for Fernando Salas.
You can look at Ian Kinsler thinking that ball was high, fouls the first pitch off, second pitch on the corner, and he thought that pitch was high, but a sharp breaking curveball against Kinsler.
An unearned run has scored. The Rangers lead 3-2. They led 1-0 after a half. They have a chance for more. 2 on, 2 out. Here's Elvis Andrus. Strike 1. Rangers have already stranded 3 and have hit into 2 double plays. That's high. 1 ball, 1 strike. First 5 games, the Cardinals had committed 2 errors. Now 2 this inning. Led directly to at least 1 run. Here's a 1-1 to Andrus. Off the hand, strike 2. Elvis had been hot the last 6 games coming into tonight. Hitting over 300. He singled his first time. Line to right in the second. A 1-2. That's foul.
2 strikes and 2 outs. The runner at second base is reminded, when the hitter starts his swing, you take off.
Again, the 1-2 and a fly ball into left field. Holiday turns all the way around and makes the catch to end the inning. It was an error by Holiday that started the frame. On a ball hit in the air by Cruz. Then an RBI hit by Napoli. 3-2 Texas after 3.5 in Game 6. Wagon Passat trivia question. How many World Series Game 6s have ended with a home run? The answer 3. Fisk in 75, Kirby Puckett in 91, and Joe Carter for Toronto in 93. Tonight's aerial coverage is brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Berkman with a 2-run home run his first time up. And this time he grounds one off the glove of Young, who recovers to get the out, and now they say Lewis missed the bag. He was there, got the throw from Young, and no argument from Colby Lewis as he evidently missed the base.
Stepping over the bag, and a good call by Jerry Lane. First base umpire can see that clearly because that's the side of the base over which he stepped. Good call by Jerry Lane. So an error by the Cardinals to open the top of the 4th, and an error by the Rangers here in the bottom of the 4th. Got to be against Michael Young.
It is. Now the batter's Holiday. Ball 1 inside. Holiday didn't look like he was seeing the ball well at all in left field. Nope. The ball that he misplayed for an error, and even the one he caught, hit by Elvis Andrus to end the top of this 4th.
That's right.
Here's a 1-0. Inside, 2-0 from Colby Lewis. Holiday has 1 home run in his past 100 plate appearances.
So I think Tony La Russa would be less inclined, since he's struggling like that, to let him hit right now.
And he walks. An error, now a walk, and the Cardinals have something going here in the 4th. There's that play at first with Lewis missing the base, and here's the infrared look. The hot spot, and you can see completely came up empty. No mark on the bag. And Berkman was on to start the inning now. The second walk issued by Lewis both to Holiday. Here's David Freese, who chased a pitch and struck out his first time. Freese has been a .478 hitter here at Busch Stadium during the postseason.
Good power the other way. Center field and right field. He's similar to Alan Craig in that regard, with more power the other way.
Ball 1. That's 5 in a row. After the guy on the mound missed the base, going to first, covering. Lewis trying to get it back into the strike zone. He had retired 7 straight prior to this inning. There's a strike, 1-1. Talked about it many times, and it's been a factor in this World Series. The Cardinals set a National League record, rounding into 169 double plays. Here's one to second. Kinsler flips out over to first, wild. It gets away, but not far enough for Berkman to score, and it's first and third, 1 out.
Watch the takeout slide from Matt Holliday, going in late, upending Elvis Andrus. And that caused the wild throw, and the Rangers get a break of that ball hitting the fence and coming back on the field instead of going in the dugout.
And now it's 1st and 3rd, 1 out for Yadier Molina.
The ball was not hit that hard, and that gave Matt Holliday a chance to get down right on top of Elvis Andrus to upend him. The ball bounced back on the playing field.
Ball 1 up and away. Molina with a career high offensively across the board in average home runs, RBIs. He's got 5 RBIs this World Series, and there's the tying run 90 feet away with 1 out. 1st and 3rd here in the 4th. And a good fastball from Lewis, 91, strike 1. No error on that throw. You can't assume a double play. It's a force out, 4-6. Only 1 error in the bottom half of the inning to this point. Runner goes, and Freese will come back on strike 2.
Excuse me, Joe, that was a hit and run. Freese not a fast runner, but the speed of the runner on at first base really has nothing to do with it. It's whether the hitter can make contact, and Molina did, but fouled it back. Tony La Russa trying to stay out of the double play with that play.
Talked about the trouble during the season. They're tired of double plays, and that may have had a role in Pujols putting that hit and run on in Game 5.
Right.
Pujols led the team, by the way, grounding into double plays. There's a step to third, look to first move, and everybody stays put. Molina usually a good battler with 2 strikes. Inside, almost walked into it, 2-2.
Yadier Molina with 2 strikes tries to go the other way, up the middle to right field with 2 strikes. That's why Lewis tried to come inside. That's a way to thwart that swing.
Lynn getting loose. Punto on deck in the pitcher's spot. The 2-2. Inside, a full count.
I think you send the runner right here. Molina is not a guy that strikes out a lot. You talked about his ability with 2 strikes to make contact. You send the runner, stay out of the double play. If you're the runner at first base, you're not running to steal the base. You're taking off, so you can't break too soon.
Goes ground ball to third. Tying run scores. It's 3-3 in the 4th. And the Cardinals started the runner on a 3-2 count. And they've come back to tie it. Have the go-ahead run at second, 2 out.
You're not sure if the double play would have been turned had Freese not run on the play. But perhaps it would have because of the speed of Molina, not a fast runner.
Now it's Punto. He struck out his first time, 3 for 12 in this World Series. No RBIs. First year in a Cardinal uniform. Go ahead run at second. Ball one up and away.
The Rangers did look never mind.
We'll get back to you. Here comes a 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike.
They did look that gift horse in the mouth.
I was wondering where you were going. Glad you brought it.
I was too.
Glad you brought it home after the foul.
But an error causing a run in the top of the 4th, an error causing a run in the bottom of the 4th.
Now I got it. That's us, just to put a face with the phrase. 1-1. Go ahead and run at second, 2 out, and that's up and away. On deck is John Jay. Rangers will have the 3, 4, 5 hitters in their half of the 5th. Lance Lynn is getting loose in case the pitcher's spot comes up here in the bottom of the 4th. Punto drove home 20 during the regular season. Lewis steps off again. And he wants Napoli to go through the signs again. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 2-2. Just up and away, a full count. An error started the inning, then the Rangers' inability to turn a double play has come back to bite them in the 4th. That ends the inning as Punto strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. And we go to the 5th of game 6. There's the error in the top half, the error in the bottom half. That means it's 3-3 after 4. Back after this from your local Fox station. Rangers have the heart of their lineup: Hamilton, Young, and Beltre against Salas and Apapa, which has been anything but routine tonight. Freeze drops it. And Salas, who had a routine fly ball dropped on him to start the fourth, has Freeze make an error, his second of the postseason.
What's going on? The first hitter in 3 half innings in a row has been on an error. To second, to first, and now to first again.
And now we'll see if the Rangers do something with that. Runner at first, nobody out. Michael Young is 1 for 2. Steps in and Salas steps off. Young struck out in the first. Singled, was erased on a double play ball next time, and that's foul. The Rangers have stranded 5 and hit into 2 double plays. The man at the plate committed the error to start the bottom of the 4th inning, which led to the tying run, which followed the inability to turn a double play. Every game in this World Series has been memorable. This one is headed down the path of being memorable for poor defense. Here's one into left center field, and this ball's going to get down and go to the wall. Digging for third and coming around is Hamilton. And the Rangers have regained the lead. It's 4-3.
When you play defense poorly enough, runners are destined to score. Good hitting by Michael Young to drive in Hamilton, who reached on the arrow.
Now strike one on Beltre, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Runner at second, 1 out. Rather nobody out after that error, then the double. And the 0-1 inside. Ball and a strike. This has got to be the oddest game of the postseason so far this year.
No question about it.
Routine plays are not routine. Here's a 1-1 to Adrian Beltre. In for strike 2. Before the 1-2 pitch, time is granted by the home plate umpire, Gary Cederstrom. Here's the 1-2. 2-2. Nando Salas took over last inning. Garcia, the starter, lasted 3. Allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. An unearned run scored last inning. An unearned run scores here in the 5th. The 2-2. Left side. Freeze gets a weird hop and gets the out. 1 away. And with a runner at second, 1 out, Nelson Cruz will be the hitter. This November, Fox Sports steps into the octagon with an epic heavyweight title fight as the #1 ranked contender in the world. Junior Dos Santos squares off with undefeated world champion Cain Velasquez. Must-see live TV event you can only catch on Fox. Velasquez Dos Santos for the UFC Heavyweight Championship of the World, Saturday, November 12th. Only on Fox. Here's Cruz. Ball one low. Nelson's the one that hit the ball in the air. Holiday could not handle to start last inning. Scored on the RBI hit by Napoli. Here's a 1-0. 2-0.
Notice that open stance of Nelson Cruz. We are reminded of Andres Galarraga, who used to hit like that. And Galarraga's explanation of that was to see the ball with both eyes instead of closing the shoulder and seeing it with only the left eye.
2-2. Cardinals have committed 3 errors tonight, the most by St. Louis in a World Series game since '43. Game 3 when they committed 4. Here's a 2-2. Fly ball into center. Got it down toward the end of the bat. Schumacher makes the catch. Tagging and advancing is Young, 2 out. Batter will be Napoli. Nikon 1 replay cam, the 3 errors. Holiday and left. The throwing error by Salas on a bunt. And then this one that started the 5th on a pop-up that Freese dropped. And Napoli is going to be intentionally walked. Will force the hand of Ron Washington, and he will go to his bench with Gentry, the next scheduled hitter. He'll call on David Murphy. This will be ball 3 of the intentional walk. Napoli will be on base for the 3rd time tonight. He has an RBI single and 10 driven in this World Series. And it's 1st and 3rd now with 2 out. Dave Duncan will come out and go over the scouting report on David Murphy just to make sure. The Geico in-game box score for the Texas Rangers while they talk. Kinsler's been on base twice with a double, an RBI, a walk, and a run. Andrus has a hit. Hamilton an RBI hit. Michael Young with a go-ahead RBI here in the 5th. He's 2 for 3. And then down toward the bottom, RBI hit by Napoli and a base hit by Gentry. Now Murphy is sitting in that spot. See the number at the bottom line. He is 11 of 34 this postseason, but just 2 for 11 during the World Series.
But one of those hits off Sepchinski in the 8th inning of Game 5. That allowed Napoli to hit, and he doubled as the Rangers beat the Cardinals.
Remember, Colby Lewis, the pitcher, is on deck. Ball 1 down and away as Derek Holland, the left-hander, who was brilliant in Game 4, going 8 1/3, gets loose. Outside corner, a ball and a strike.
You know, Joe, Derek Holland is a starting pitcher who won 16 games as a starter this year. As you see, Terry Alba will be the pinch hitter if Murphy can get on. And Holland, a starter, can't get loose that quickly.
Counts 2-1.
Called upon to get loose like a reliever instead of a starter.
Here's a 2-1 outside. Be interesting to see if Torrey Alba comes up. If he's a decoy and Colby Lewis will hit anyway, or if it'll be Torrey Alba and then Ron Washington would have to go to Derek Holland. That depends on Murphy getting on. The 3-1. That'll load him up. We'll see if it's Torrey Alba or Lewis. Torrey Alba's walking back to the bench, and Lewis will come to the plate. Torrey Alba was just a decoy.
So was Derek Holland.
And La Russa didn't bite. Instead of pitching to David Murphy, he's going to make Colby Lewis beat him with the bat for more runs here in the 5th. Lewis swings it pretty well, takes a strike.
How many opportunities are you going to have if you're the Rangers with the bases loaded and 2 outs?
So that leads me to believe you would have lifted him for the pinch hitter.
I would, yes.
Here's the 0-1. Strike 2. Forget Holland with all the arms that they've got down there in the bullpen. That's like right. Feldman, Ogando, Adams, who's had virtually no work. But Lewis will stay in the game. Here's the 0-2. And the inning is over. So La Russa won that little battle by issuing an intentional pass to Napoli. Pitching around Murphy. Lewis strikes out, and it's a 4-3 game into the bottom of the 5th. It's a 4-3 game into the bottom of the 5th inning. The Cardinals have committed 3 errors. The last 2 runs that have scored have been unearned as David Murphy stays in the game and left. That moves Hamilton to center. John Jay will bat hitless in this World Series, 0 for 14. He bats for Salas, who went 2 innings, allowed 2 runs, none earned, 2 hits, 2 walks, 1 intentional, 3 strikeouts. Jay hits one hard on 1 hop to Kinsler, 1 out. And back to the top of the lineup, Rafael Furcal. And if you're Ron Washington, you're hoping and praying that Colby Lewis can get through this half inning without having to go to your bullpen, because he just stuck with him in a spot where a base hit would have given the Texas Rangers some breathing room.
Yeah, and as we said, as you look at Lance Lynn, you never really know when you're going to have another chance with the bases loaded for that 1 hit to break things loose.
First pitch is strike to Furcal, who is hitless tonight. Now ball. 1 ball, 1 strike, and Rafael's 3 for 22. Pujols due up 4th this inning, so he is after Schumacher. Here's a 1-1. Ball 2. I say you want Lewis to get through the half inning, because if you didn't lift him for the pinch hitter, you're going with your starter instead of having to go to the bullpen anyway here in the 5th. That's low, 3-1. There are the numbers for Lewis, 68 pitches. Here comes number 69. It's a full count. Furcal hits this one to Kinsler. And the first 2 are gone here in the bottom of the 5th. The World Series on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. Here is Schumacher, 1 for 2.
Joe, considering that decoy with Torrealba out there, I think had Ron Washington gotten up another reliever like Scott Feldman, or someone who could have warmed up very quickly.
Here's a line drive caught.
Tony La Russa may have bought
it. He didn't with Holland. Now we'll see Lynn coming out of the pen as we go to the 6th inning of Game 6. Rangers up 4-3. Midwest. We're in St. Louis, game 6. Rangers leading 3-2 and leading game 6 4-3. Here's the game summary. Berkman with a 2-run shot in the first. Napoli another RBI that he knocked down the right field line in the 4th. We welcome you inside our broadcast booth, and this has been a very tense, odd game so far.
Strange game. All 3 errors committed in this game have resulted in 3 runs being scored. 2 for the Rangers, 1 for the Cardinals.
And really, a lot of the plays, there are errors and then there are errors.
Yeah, there are no bad hops in the air. But there have been for the Cardinals tonight.
John Jay stays in the game. He bats in that 9 spot where he just grounded out. He's in center. Schumacher is gone. The pitcher Lance Lynn will hit that number 2 spot. Count 1-1 on Kinsler. Top of the order for the Rangers, up by 1. Strike 2. Andrus and then Josh Hamilton against Lance Lynn. Fastball upstairs, 2-2. Rangers do have a lead, but they have missed a chance. Inning after inning for many more runs. They've left 8 already and hit into 2 double plays. Counts full. Kinsler fouls it. Russa had to go to his bullpen in the 4th. Ron Washington has stayed with his starter. Here is a 3-2. Fly ball into left. Holiday is there for out number 1. The World Series is sponsored by Verizon, America's largest and most reliable wireless network. And by Chevrolet. Thanks for making Chevrolet and baseball a part of America for the last 100 years. Flying up above, our aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you've got to get DirecTV. 1 out for Elvis Andrus. He's 1 for 3. Grounds to Furcal. Makes the stop. Shows the arm. 2 out.
Well, what a beauty that was by Furcal. Going to his left, the pivot, and the arm.
Furcal's not hitting, but he has not carried that with him into the field. Made some good plays in this series. That was one of them. With 2 out, Hamilton, strike 1. St. Louis in the bottom of this 6th will have Pujols, Berkman, and Holiday. Here's the 0-1. Good rip by Hamilton, strike 2. Michael Young has the go-ahead RBI double. That happened in the 5th. Breaking ball misses. The glove of Pujols and into right. A 2-out base hit by Hamilton keeps this 6th inning alive.
Pujols diving over the ball under the glove. Ball didn't come up for him, stayed down, and Hamilton with another hit.
He is 2 out of 4. The inning continues for Michael Young, who's got 2 more hits. Ball 1. Young through the first 7 games of this postseason, hitting .111, no RBIs. Right around the 300 mark over the last 8+ games now. That is hit on a rope into right at Berkman. And the top of the 6th inning is history. Part of the order coming up for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 6th, going there. Rangers lead at 4-3. Has allowed 2 hits. None since the first inning. He deals a strike to Albert Pujols, who's 0 for 2. A 1-out hit by Schumacher in the first and a 2-out home run by Berkman. That's strike 2. Albert Pujols, a free agent to be at the end of this year. Here is an 0-2 from Lewis. Just inside, and Lewis looked away after not getting the call.
Watch Gary Cederstrom behind home plate. A little nudge. He wanted to go up with that right hand, but thought better of it. Very close.
Here is a 1-2. Got him on the inside corner, 1 away.
Lewis came back with the same pitch.
And that's strikeout number 4 on the night for Colby Lewis.
First pitch, a breaking ball. Second pitch, and Pujols is in the hole, and he finally comes back with a 1-2 fastball. Pujols saying it was the same place as the 0-2, but he's gone.
And now Berkman, who's been on base twice, reached on an error last time up. That's foul. Now Alexio Gando gets loose. Pujols is 5 for 21 in this series, but all 5 hits came in game 3. So hitless in all other games as Berkman tries to get on in front of Holiday. 4-3 Rangers. Strike 2 on Berkman. Colby Lewis, who is 4-1 in his career during the postseason. (15 of 22 batters tonight. He's thrown a first pitch strike. He bounces one into Berkman.
In game 5, Albert Pujols was walked intentionally 3 times. Tonight, he's 0 for 3.
Here is a 1-2 from Lewis. 2-2. Colby Lewis was originally a 38th overall pick by the Rangers in '99. He has had a long and winding road back to the Texas Rangers. Good last year during the postseason. Trying to win the clincher here tonight. The 2-2. Slow roller, tough play. Beltre with a bare hand, no throw. And it's an infield hit for Berkman on base for the 3rd time tonight.
Sometimes as a hitter, you find a place where no one plays.
And even had he come up cleanly, probably doesn't have a play. Beltre, and now tying run is on at first, 1 out for Holiday. He was walked twice tonight. Does not have an RBI in this World Series. Big swing and a foul straight back. And now it's over 100 plate appearances since his last. He's got 1 blast. Over 100 plate appearances in that game in game 4. The NLCS. Strike 2. And the Geico in-game box score for the Cardinals. Real damage has been done by Berkman with a 2-run shot. He's been on base 3 times. Once with an error, once with a base hit. That just happened. Schumacher has the only other hit. The Cardinals have an unearned run knocked home by Molina.
The reason Colby Lewis is winning this game, 16 out of 23 first pitch strikes, staying ahead of the Cardinal hitters all night.
Holiday spoiled the pitch. The rest of the team has not been able to figure out the 32-year-old right-hander Colby Lewis. Eric Holland, the left-hander. Alexio Gando, the right-hander. Fouled back.
That's like game 4. Lance Berkman against Eric Holland, the only 2 hits for the Cardinals. The rest of the lineup 0 for 25.
wasted pitch. The count 1-2. That's foul. Holiday's had that nerve issue in his right hand, and you have to believe that has sapped him of some of his power. His hitting instructor, Mark McGuire. Holiday up now, Freeze on deck. Tying run at first, 1 out in the 6th. Game 6. Another foul.
Boy, Colby Lewis just wearing Matt Holliday out inside. And the Rangers know about that right hand. Even coming off the bat with that swing. That was a one-handed swing at an inside pitch. Highly unusual for a talented Matt Holliday. Inside.
Chopper to the first baseman, Young. He bobbles it. Everybody's safe. What a night. And another error on Michael Young.
Well, the ball wasn't hit hard enough for Young to think about going to second. Couldn't find the handle, and now goes to first, and Holliday beat it.
And a total of 5 errors have been committed. We're only in the 6th. And David Freese, who has one of those errors, looks like we'll be taking on the Texas bullpen. Ogando is ready to go. And we'll see. I mean, he's given up an infield chop hit. That's it. Since the first inning. And he's going to stay in to face David Freese for the 3rd time tonight.
It didn't appear that Colby Lewis talked Ron Washington into allowing him to stay. But a few words and he left.
And now the hometown kid, David Freese, has a chance. Make up for that error and give this sold-out crowd a charge in Game 6. Texas up by a run, 2 on, 1 out. Strike 1.
Baby.
Ball has not left the infield. That's what Freese has done with runners in scoring position during the postseason. He has 16 total RBIs.
Matter of fact, the ball hasn't left the infield since the 3rd inning for the Cardinals.
Inside, ball 1. Just outside, ball 2.
Watch how Napoli frames this pitch. They wanted the strike, but just outside.
Colby Lewis has had 2 big votes of confidence from his manager, Ron Washington. He let him hit in the 5th with the bases loaded, 2 out. And now here in the bottom of the 6th with 2 on, 1 out. Ogando ready, but it's Lewis against David Freese. This is when the national pastime is at its best. A team facing elimination. A team that came out of nowhere to crash the postseason party, down 3 games to 2, trailing in game 6. Here's a 2-2. Just outside a full count.
Another one framed by Napoli. Just outside. I think you'll see the runners running here.
That'll load him up.
I think you've almost got to go with Ogando here because he's your best strikeout chance. And they will.
The ball still hasn't left the infield, and the Cardinals have bases loaded, 1 out. The Rangers switch pitchers. Jenny O invites you to switch to Turkey. Ogando's coming in. Molina's coming up. Game on the line in the 6th. For Colby Lewis, and now he will sit and watch and wonder what Alexi Ogando and anybody else out of this Ranger bullpen will do on a night when they can clinch their first World Series championship in franchise history. Ogando in with the bases loaded, 1 out. Berkman, Holiday, and Freese the runners Molina, the man in the spotlight. Ball one. Molina with an RBI ground out. He's got 6 RBIs in this World Series.
I can't remember a stretch like this where a team has not gotten the ball out of the infield for so many consecutive hitters. 12 Cardinals have come to the plate since the end of the 3rd inning. 12, and they haven't gotten the ball out of the infield.
3-0. And a mystery that the Tigers couldn't solve in the ALCS. The Cardinals have had success against Ogando in this World Series, and now he's 3-0 on Molina.
Ideal hitting situation for Molina. He knows he's going to get the fastball. Will it be a strike?
No. And this game is tied. And all that good work Colby Lewis did, because of yet another error, a walk that Lewis issued, and now a bases loaded walk by Ogando. And now the Cardinals have the bases loaded in a tie game, only 1 out for Nick Punto. Strike 1. Throw down to third, and out at third is Holiday.
Tony La Russa is going to argue, but from his knees, Mike Napoli strikes again. This time to get Holiday. I think Beltre blocked the bag with his right foot. Watch his right foot. This is a design play. Anybody who dives back into the bag, he was out. Trying to get to the bag, hits his foot. Right arm curls, and Holiday is out.
What a good call by the third base umpire, Alfonso Marquez.
If a base runner goes in feet first, you can't do that. When you know he's going to dive back hands first, you can put that leg out there blocking. A great play by both Napoli and Beltran. Look at the right foot. Finally touches the bag with his left hand, but too late.
Now it's an 0-2 count on Punto. Now the go-ahead run is at second with 2 out. Napoli has just done everything. And remember, he had to stay in the game after rounding the bag back in the 4th. Twisting that left ankle. Big weapon that stayed in for the Rangers. Able to play through the pain, and now the count's still 0-2. Napoli will go talk. But by picking Holiday off third, he cuts down that man for out number 2. which makes the RBI chance that much tougher on Punto, who does not have an RBI this World Series.
Tag made before that left hand got in there. Look at the right foot again. The right hand and arm. And here's the sprained ankle by Mike Napoli earlier in the game, and staying in the game and throwing from his knees to get Holliday.
Ball one high to Punto. 2 on, 2 out. 4-4 game, game 6. That squirts away, and the runners advance to second and third. And Ogando's been all over the place since coming in here in relief of Lewis.
Hit the umpire's right leg. Gary Cederstrom kind of trickles behind Napoli and can't find it. By the time Mike does, the runners move up.
Wild pitch. And a 2-2 count on Punto. Ball 3 with John Jay on deck, the left-handed hitter. There are the numbers, and what he's talking about, the difference with the first 2 rounds in 7 games against the Rays and the Tigers compared to what he's done, Ogando, against the Cardinals. Holland is still getting loose. Now at 3-2 to Punto, and he walks. That's going to be it with John Jay coming up. Because of that pickoff by Napoli, there was a base open. Ogando has issued 2 walks. He's gone. With the big defensive play on a messy defensive night. Holliday picked off third. Bases loaded, 2 out. Cardinals have tied it. And Holland will enter with Jay coming up. And the start for Derek Holland, now working out of the bullpen, which is where he was last year during the postseason, coming out of the pen. But he's been a starter all year, and he will deal with John Jay with the bases loaded, 2 out.
Joe, you and I were talking about it during the break. What about Alan Craig in this situation? Holland would have to pitch to him, but in doing that, Tony La Russa would weaken his defense to the point where you'd have to move either Holliday to center or Alan Craig to center. So that is why La Russa is not pinch hitting here.
Good pitch from Holland on the hands of John Jay. If you didn't catch those numbers, 8 1/3, no runs, 2 hits. 7 strikeouts, 116 pitch night on Sunday night in Game 4 for Derek Holland. Bases loaded, 2 out. Jay cracks his bat, and Holland makes the play. The Cardinals tie it. They lead the bases loaded. What a game. Game 6. We go to the 7th, tied at 4. Of 5 errors, total of 11 hits. Each side has 4 runs as we go to the 7th inning of Game 6. Alan Craig takes over in left field, and you have to believe that Matt Holliday injured his right hand going into the right foot of Adrian Beltre, and he was looking at it. He was going back to the bag. So he can't continue, and that answers the question why, if there was any doubt why Alan Craig didn't hit for John Jay. Tony La Russa, with the injury to Holliday, is out of outfielders. With the extra pitcher that he added. Coming into this round, here is a 1-0 pitch. Fly ball into right center. Back at the track. This ball is gone. And Adrian Beltre has put the Rangers up 5-4 in the 7th inning of Game 6. No bigger swing in his career, and he's put Texas on top again by a run.
He blocks the base. In the next half inning, he breaks the tie.
And so Adrian Beltre finally getting a chance in the World Series. Has now hit 2 home runs against the Cardinals. The game-tying shot in Game 5 against Chris Carpenter. And the go-ahead shot here in the 7th inning of Game 6. Cruz, strike 2.
One from his knee. And one on both feet.
And this latest one the opposite way into right center. Breaking ball is down, ball 1. So now the Rangers go back out in front by a run. Zepchinski, the left-hander, getting loose. Here's a 1-2. High fly ball down the left field line. This ball is gone. The 8th home run this postseason for Nelson Cruz. And the Rangers have a 6-4 lead in the 7th. Ties a single postseason record with number 8. Here's Beltre's shot to right center. Here's Napoli, strike 1.
Hanging breaking ball to Nelson Cruz. Hit in the 3rd deck here at Busch.
1 strike on Napoli. Back-to-back home runs against Lance Lynn to start the 7th. The Rangers have their biggest lead of the night. Here's a 1-2. Napoli takes inside, 2-2. Now this postseason, 8 home runs, that ties the record. Barry Bonds and Carlos Beltran. Bonds in 02, Beltran in 04. The outside corner, 1
away. Good part of the plate to get Napoli. Two-seam fastball. And Lynn finally has an out here in the 7th.
Now Murphy. Bounces in, ball 1. Darren Oliver is the left-hander. As Murphy goes up on the count, 2-0. Derek Holland, who got out of that bases-loaded jam in the bottom of the 6th inning by getting John Jay on deck. That's ball 3. Murphy drew a walk his first time up. He replaced Gentry in the 5th. Now Dotel has replaced Zepchinski. There's a strike, 3-1. Into center field, right over the back of Lance Lynn. Murphy is on, with Holland coming up. Beltre, who got into pro ball in 1995 with the Dodgers, came up to LA in '98. Had a big year in '04 with the Dodgers, then Seattle, Boston last year. His first year in Texas, he had never been in a World Series. Throw to second, out there. Lynn slipped as he threw it. And the force out gets Murphy for out number 2.
That was a good play. Only a strong arm got Murphy at second base. Initially, you think Lance Lynn waited too long. And then he throws a bullet to second base, slips. He appears to be all right.
Longtime big league trainer Barry Weinberg got to check on him. Ian Kinsler coming up. Word on Matt Holliday is a severely bruised little finger, X-rays negative. Here's Kinsler. We saw Scott Feldman getting loose. Ron Washington his plan is to use the right-hander Mike Adams no matter what tonight. Kinsler 1 for 3. Comes Tony La Russa. He is going to make a double switch. Ryan Theriot will come into the game, as well as Octavio Dotel. We're in the 7th. 2 big swings by the Rangers, and they lead 6-4 here in Game 6. Two big swings, Adrian Beltre and Nelson Cruz back to back. And the Rangers trying to win it here tonight. Lead by 2. It's 6-4 in the 7th. 1 on, 2 out. Ryan Theriot takes over at second base, bats in the number 2 spot. Pitcher will hit 8th. Punto is finished for the night. And here is Octavio Dotel, who's put together these numbers during the postseason.
Obtained by the Cardinals from Toronto at the trading deadline July 31st, along with Mark Zepchinski.
Edwin Jackson a part of that deal as well, coming to St. Louis. A strike is in from Dotel to Kinsler. Walk, a hit. There's an RBI double in the second that tied the game at 2. And now the Rangers lead by 2. Biggest lead for either team tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike. Here's a 1-1. That's strike 2. One on, 2 down. That gets away, and down to second goes Derek Holland.
Shoots past Yadier Molina. You have to think right now how many collisions in home plate Derek Holland has ever been a part of. Should Kinsler get a base hit. Holland, a very good athlete and a fast runner.
There is a base hit into left center. Here comes Derek Holland. The throw by Jay is not in time. Cut off. And it's a 7-4 Texas lead. Second RBI of the night for Ian Kinsler.
So Holland at second base scores easily on the play. Kinsler with the rocket up the middle, and John Jay really should have gone to second base on this ball. But he tried to come home. Not a play on Holland.
And on that throw that was in the direction of home, down to second went Ian Kinsler, and a base hit could mean another run. Texas leading by 3, runner at second. 2 out. Elvis Andrus at the plate, 1 for 4. Derek Holland, by the way, is the pitcher of record for the Texas Rangers. Won game 4, and he and the Rangers lead game 6 by 3.
Derek Holland coming in the bottom of the 6th inning with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and retiring John Jay on that weak grounder back to him.
Here's an 0-1. Strike 2. The Cardinals in the bottom of this 7th inning will have the top of their lineup for Call, Theriot, and Pujols. Down by at least 3, the 0-2. 1-2. at second, 2 out, and another foul. These Texas hitters battling Octavio Dotel, trying to add to a 3-run lead.
Probably as a team, the toughest 2-strike hitters in baseball as a group.
A strikeout ends the top of the 7th, but the Rangers get 3 and lead by 3 as they try to win the World Series here tonight. And before we go to God Bless America here in St. Louis, we salute our longtime vice chairman, Ed Goren, who's been at the forefront of Fox Sports since the beginning. 1994, had nearly a 30-year run at CBS. Spent his early years there as a news writer and occasional on-air reporter. Spent his youth in New York, diehard Brooklyn Dodger fan during their glorious run of success before the team headed west. His dad, Herb, columnist, great baseball writer, and he was inducted last night at Manhattan's Waldorf Astoria into the Broadcasting and Cable Hall of Fame. And right now we join public address announcer John Hewlett for the introduction of God Bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the singing of God Bless America. We are being led tonight by retired Navy Petty Officer First Class and national recording artist Generald Wilson.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the nights with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
is sponsored by Toyota and by Walmart. Layaway is back for Christmas in our toys, electronics, and jewelry departments. You are watching Game 6 of the 2011 World Series, and the Rangers have their biggest lead of the night, trying to win it here tonight. They just had back-to-back home runs. Adrian Beltre, Nelson Cruz. They lead 7-4, bottom of the 7th inning. Rafael Furcal is first up. Then Theriot and Pujols against Derek Holland, who finished off the bottom of the 6th, entered with the bases loaded, and got John Jay on a comeback. Here's a 1-1 to Furcal. Tried to push a bunt, fouled at strike 2. Theriot will get his first at bat of the night next. Took over in the double switch at the top of this 7th. All 3 runs charged to Lance Lynn. The home runs and the RBI hit by Kinsler. Here's a 1-2. Ball 2. Off the plate, Holland gets it, throws it, got him, 1 out. Our Get to a Better State recap brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. Adrian Beltre with a game-tying home run in Game 5 off Carpenter, and then the go-ahead home run off Lynn here in the 7th tonight. His .360 average leads the team. And right now on the Texas side, in our opinion, is running number 2 in the MVP race behind catcher Mike Napoli.
Pretty clear cut thus far.
Here's Holland dealing a strike, 94 miles per hour to Theriot. The question was to Ron Washington, would you, because of the rainout, pitch Holland on regular rest in a Game 7? He said, nope, Harrison's my guy. I'll have Holland out of the bullpen tonight for Game 6. And he's retired all 3 he's faced so far. And this could very well be, and the Cardinal fans have wondered more than once, that this would be the final time they would see Albert Pujols bat in a Cardinal uniform. And those realizing it, getting to their feet with 2 out, nobody on here in the 7th. Fans gave him a 45-second standing ovation September 25th against the Cubs. We knew then the Cardinals would make it all the way to the World Series as they trailed by 3 here in Game 6.
11 years of excellence as a Cardinal.
This World Series hitless except for that huge Game 3. He had 3 home runs, becoming the 3rd player to ever do that in a World Series game. Babe Ruth, Reggie Jackson, Albert Pujols. The 2-0. 2-1 from Derek Holland, who with a 3-run lead can challenge the Cardinals' number 3 hitter. Here is a 2-1. Chop to the left side for Andrews. Elvis guides it across, and Holland has retired all 4. Pujols is 0 for 4. And we go to the 8th inning here in Game 6 on a Thursday night, and the Rangers lead by 3. Fox NFL Sunday. Drew Brees and the Saints head here to St. Louis to take on the Rams, where the Cardinals battle the Ravens. Vikings, Panthers. Lions square off against Tim Tebow and the Broncos. The Redskins take on the Bills in Toronto. Coverage begins this week with a Built Ford Tough Fox NFL Sunday pregame show at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, as Zepchinski enters and gets a strike into Josh Hamilton. To the right side for Terrio. His first chance of the night, 1 out. Pujols on the receiving end of that throw from Ryan Terrio, as you said. As Mitch Moreland, who took over defensively in the bottom of the 7th inning, comes to the plate. It has been 11 years of excellence for Albert Pujols. Who knows if he will be back with this organization after testing the free agent waters. Second to Musial in home runs, RBIs, a career .328 hitter. I'd say it's about 50-50. He comes back. We'll just have to wait and see once he gets out and can take bids. If you go back to 2001, his rookie year, as Moreland grounds one up the first baseline. Zepchinski makes a great play, 2 out.
So does Pujols. Very, very nice.
Albert Pujols handed Tony La Russa a picture of the two of them at the end of Albert Pujols' rookie year. And he wanted Tony La Russa to sign it. Tony La Russa said, let me think about it for a night and I'll give it to you tomorrow. Realize this is back in 2001 when we had seen just one excellent season from Albert Pujols. And Tony La Russa, who was in his 33rd year of managing in the big leagues, thought about it for a night and wrote on that picture in 2001, to the best player I've ever managed. And signed his name to Albert Pujols. And now here he is, maybe days away from free agency. You wonder what the market will be, and you wonder how competitive the Cardinals will be in trying to keep one of the best players ever to wear this historic uniform.
Very few players after only 11 years would be a shoe-in for the Hall of Fame, but you're looking at one right there. If his career were over today, he's a Hall of Famer.
Zepchinski takes care of the Rangers 1-2-3. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, Berkman, Craig, Freese coming up. And maybe the best ever, heck, the best ever. Stan Musial, Stan the man here at the park tonight. Bottom of the 8th, 7-4 Texas. Lance Berkman will try to get it started for St. Louis. Time is running out to try and force a Game 7 tomorrow night. Bottom of the 8th inning, 7-4 Texas. Fly ball into right. Long run for Nelson Cruz. He's there, 1 out. The World Series on Fox is sponsored by Audi, Truth in Engineering, and by State Farm. For auto, home, life, and banking, get to a better state. Up above aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you've got to get DirecTV. Beautiful night. It is crisp. And Alan Craig gets his first at bat, taking over for the injured Matt Holliday, who injured the little finger on his hand diving back to the bag, his right hand. And he was picked off back in the 6th. A big play by Napoli, the catcher, and Beltre at third. That ball is hit in the air to left. Back at the wall. It's a 2-run game. Alan Craig goes deep. Here in the 8th.
A breaking ball that hangs inside, but not for long. The first run the Cardinals have scored off Derek Holland in this World Series.
Now the batter is David Freese, who has a walk his last time up, 0 for 2. This Cardinal team has been resilient all year. Fought through injury and then charged their way back up in the wild card standings. And they have, in effect, played elimination games since the end of August, as the count goes to 2-1.
Once again, 10.5 back on August 25th. They ended up winning the wild card on the last day of the season from the Atlanta Braves.
And they beat the heavily favored Philadelphia Phillies. They beat the Brewers. And they trail here tonight, not just in the series, but in Game 6. 7-5 now. And the count's 2-2 on Freese. It's interesting that Holland is still on the mound, and Mike Adams, who was traded to this team for spots like this and who has not been in a game since Game 2, is not in the ball game as Holland gets the ground ball. Andrews stumbles but gets the out, 2 out. Adams is ready to go. Yadier Molina is coming up. Only man to reach against Derek Holland. The 1-out home run by Craig here in the 8th.
Also, before Game 5 down in Arlington, Ron Washington telling us that he will use Neftali Feliz for 4 outs if necessary. Well, the Cardinals they have 4 outs to score at least 2 runs off Holland and others.
That was a big run that scored for Texas in the top of the 7th with the 2-out RBI hit by Ian Kinsler. That made it 7-4. Now it's 7-5. That followed the back-to-back home runs to start the inning. Molina lines a base hit into right. And just like that, the tying run comes to the plate. Gerald Laird has come into the on-deck circle. And Mike Adams continues to get ready in the bullpen. The pitcher's spot is due up right now. That's why Laird also, the Cardinals are 1 base runner away from assuring another Albert Pujols at bat before the end of this game. And that's going to be it for Holland. Mike Adams. Ron Washington has not made the call yet, but figures to. Adams, who was traded to Texas in July from the San Diego Padres, will enter here and deal with the tying run at the plate. 1 on, 2 out. Rangers up by 2 in the bottom of the 8th of Game 6. World Series may be remembered for a night where it was tough to catch it with a glove or with the bare hand. Tough to find the handle. And a total of 5 errors have been committed. 3 by the Cardinals, 2 by the Rangers. And that man, number 5, wondering if he will get one more shot. So far, the Rangers have been able to overcome and outplay their errors more than the Cardinals. The Rangers have had more consistent offense through this series. They are 4 outs away defensively from their first World Championship as Mike Adams takes over. Laird was announced, then replaced by Descalso. The Cardinal bench is empty. Descalso 0 for 1 in this World Series. Grounds it to the left side. The play is at first and safe. 2 on, 2 out.
Ian Kinsler was playing Descalso to pull. So Andres' first look is at second. He decided that Kinsler had too far to go. But if he goes to second base, Molina is easily out. Descalso, on the other hand, very fast and has an infield hit, I think. It is being scored an infield hit. But Andres' play was to second base.
And now John Jay all of a sudden represents the go-ahead run. And the Rangers are scrambling to get Darren Oliver ready.
Here it is. Ian Kinsler playing Descalso to pull, but he's very fast. So he has an easy play at second base on the slow-footed Molina. But he elects to go to first, and the speedy Descalso beats the play.
John Jay is hitless in this World Series. Will he face Adams? Yes. 2 on, 2 out. Into right field, a base hit. They will hold Molina. The bases are loaded. And now for Carl. Will walk to the plate. A hit away from tying game 6. That for John Jay, his first hit since game 6 of the NLCS. And here comes Mike Maddox out to talk with the struggling for Carl, who is 3 for 24 in this World Series without an RBI.
And it's worth mentioning, Joe, that the Cardinals had gone through the lineup as Oliver is warming. He's warm. They've gone through the lineup twice coming into this inning without getting a ball out of the infield. 18 straight batters could not get a ball out of the infield, and they've already scored 1 in this inning, and a base hit to the outfield could score 2 to tie. Unbelievable.
Raphael for Carl. Picked up in July from the Dodgers. Chops it back to Adams. And a quiet end to the 8th. In the inning, a home run by Alan Craig to make it a 2-run game. Pujols will bat again before the end of the night. We go to the 9th inning, game 6. They exhale in the Texas dugout as they lead by 2. Jason Mott takes over. That's not the only change for the Cardinals as Nelson Cruz steps in. 7-5. Mott comes in throwing 98. Descalso stays in the game. He's at short. The pitcher is now in the #1 spot for Cal. Had a big chance in the bottom of the 8th, and he will end his night 0 for 5. Cruz is sawed off by Mott. 1 out. For Cal for this World Series, 3 out of 25. Whatever Mike Maddox said, the pitching coach of the Rangers, it made Mike Adams laugh and maybe relax to make a big pitch to get Furcal to end the bottom of the 8th.
What a great shot, and getting Furcal with the bases loaded, 2 outs, the tying run on second base, getting Furcal on the first pitch.
Napoli, strike 1. Derek Holland, who's in line for the win, goes 2 innings tonight. 1 run on 2 hits. No strikeouts or walks. Adams will come in and allow 2 hits in a third. The rest of this one, you have to believe, belongs to Neftali Feliz. Mott hopping around after that pitch got away from him. Derek Holland, the winner in Game 4, got into the 9th inning and tonight pitched out of the bullpen, taking over for Ogando. Here is a 2-1 from Mott. Inside, 3-1. Mott's ready with the next in Napoli. Full count. In the bottom of this 9th inning, Feliz will be aiming for save number 7 in 7 tries this postseason. And in the bottom of the 9th, it'll be Theriot, Pujols, and Berkman, the 2, 3, and 4 hitters. Here is a 3-2, a 1-out walk. Mott is the 6th pitcher of the night for St. Louis, and David Murphy, who has walked and singled since coming in for Gentry in the 5th, will dig his way in. Good swing by Murphy, strike 1. Texas Rangers at some point here soon will hand the ball to Feliz and ask for their first world championship in franchise history. The Cardinals are going to come back here tonight. They're going to have to do it against the hard-throwing right-hander Feliz as Endy Chavez comes into the on-deck circle. Strike 2 on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball. Left side for Descalso. A double clutch, and the out at second, 2 out. Descalso has played some short this year. I don't think the ball was hit hard enough to turn 2 as Endy Chavez walks in batting for Adams, who goes at third of an inning, 2 hits, the rest zeros.
Yeah, and Mike Napoli running on that left sprained ankle, spraining it when he went into second base the last time he was on base.
Here's Chavez. His number on that bottom line, he was a 300 hitter during the regular season. Big swing by Chavez, strike one. Here is the 0-1 to Chavez. High. 97 from Mott. High fly ball into right. Berkman is there. And it sets the stage for the bottom of the ninth. Terrio will try to get it started. Pujols will bat. And then Berkman. Feliz will enter. Trying to give the Rangers their first world championship in franchise history. Tonight's game are brought to you by the Audi A8. True greatness should never go unrecognized. Back-to-back, Adrian Beltre, Nelson Cruz in the 7th. Attack on run driven in by Ian Kinsler. It was 7-4, now 7-5. And we look at the longest active World Series title droughts. The Astros have never won it. The Rangers have never won it. It's been 103 seasons for the Cubs, 63 for the Indians, and this will not be an easy 9th inning for Feliz. He's making his 4th appearance of this World Series, and in each of his first 3 appearances, the lead man has reached base. Ball 1 with 2 walks and a hit batsman.
Feliz has had a very difficult time finding the strike zone in his 3 World Series appearances.
He does here, and it's 1-1. On deck is Albert Pujols. After him, it's Lance Berkman, who is homered tonight. Is it going to end here on the 27th of October? Low, ball 2. Saw Ron Washington. He said, I've been subdued so far in the celebrations. The division series, the LCS, because in the back of my mind, I've always known there's more to go. But tonight, if they win it, he said, I'll be right in the middle of it all. Here comes a 2-2 to Terrio. 1 away. 98-mile-per-hour heat. On a chilly night in St. Louis, 1 out.
Now the home run can't tie it.
And Pujols, who has gone hitless since that 3-homer game in Game 3, 0 for 4 tonight, stands in. That's a base hit into left center field, and it will scoot all the way to the wall. And if that is his last at bat as a Cardinal, it's a Game 6 double. But most importantly, it brings in the tying run.
First ball hitting, doubling the left center.
The Cardinals have the guy who has swung the bat the best in their lineup standing in. Hitting .409 this World Series. He homered back in the first.
And the Rangers in their no doubles defense is similar to football's prevent defense. About 5 steps farther out than they normally would be.
Inside, ball 1. These fans wondering if the Cardinals have one more comeback in them. A 1-0. 2-0. Guy at the plate and the guy on deck have each homered tonight. A 2-0. 3-0. Will put the tying run on. And now Alan Craig, who homered his only time to the plate tonight, bats with 2 on and 1 out, down by 2. 2.
Craig with good power the other way. A very good right field hitter.
Ripped foul. Spoiled a nasty pitch.
Trying to go to right field with 2 strikes. Fouls it away. Mitch Moreland, the first baseman, way off the line at first base.
Looking 2 out. And the Rangers are 1 out away from the championship.
Napoli sitting outside, a slider and a mistake. It backs up over the middle of the plate.
And it comes down to the hometown kid, David Freese. Represents the winning run at the plate. The tying runs are on. 2 out. And this Rangers franchise that started as the Senators back in 1961, going to Texas in 1972. Their 40th year in Texas. They're 1 out away from their first championship. Ball 1. Strike 1. Napoli's going to go talk again.
If there were ever a situation where you had to make sure, this is it.
one. Strike two. And now the Rangers are one strike away. Into right, well hit. Back at the wall. It's off the wall. One run scores. Here comes Berkman. Freese has tied it. 7-7. Unbelievable.
The Rangers, even in their no doubles defense, allows Freese to hit a double. Reset great power the other way, hit too hard. Driving in two to tie.
Now it's Molina. Winning run at third. Ball one in the dirt. Smothered by Napoli. And Freese, who must have his heart ready to jump out of his chest, was on his toes if that ball got away. A 7-7 game in the ninth.
What a great save by Napoli on that 57-foot breaking ball.
Into right field again. Cruz is there, and we are going to extra innings. David Freese, who grew up in St. Louis rooting for the Cardinals, shoots one over the head of Nelson Cruz in right to tie Game 6 with a 2-out, 2-run triple. We're 7-7, and this season continues into the 10th. What a night, what a series. Stay with us from St. Louis. This place down when David Freese left the dugout and went to take some warm-up throws from third base to start this 10th inning, and now here we are in the 10th, tied at 7, and the top of the order will bat for the Rangers. Kinsler, Andrews, and Josh Hamilton against Mott. Fly ball into shallow right. Out goes Pujols on the grass. 1 out. Mott issued a walk in the 9th. And gets a lead man here in the 10th. Here's Elvis Andrus. Darren Oliver getting loose. The Cardinals will have their pitcher spot come up. Ball 1 inside. They do not have any bench players left. Pitcher spot will bat third in the bottom of this 10th. Here is a 1-0. Up the middle, a base hit. And Andrus is on with 1 out in the 10th.
There has only been 1 stolen base in this World Series. Joe, you talked about it earlier. If there were ever a time to run, a man with 37 stolen bases on the regular season will probably try with a left-handed hitting Josh Hamilton up. It's a lot tougher for a catcher to throw out an opposing base stealer with a left-hander at the plate. Molina, however, one of the best arms around.
That could be a good battle. Remember, Hamilton has not gone deep yet in the postseason. The reigning American League MVP. That groin injury on the left side has sapped him of some of his strength. Tonight he has 2 singles, an RBI, a run scored. Go ahead run at first, 1 out. There's a shot into right. Back at the track. At the wall. Hamilton has gone deep. And it's 9-7 Texas here in the 10th. His first home run of this postseason.
In his wheelhouse, down and in, one hands it. Rangers up by 2.
First home run and 82 at bats for Josh Hamilton. And Mott misses outside to Moreland. Mitch Moreland is 0 for 1. What a time for last year's American League MVP to step up and hit his first home run of this postseason. 4 games against Tampa Bay, 6 games against Detroit, and now 6 games against St. Louis. And he finally goes deep. Moreland flies one into center. John Jett has out number 2. And if you have just joined us, Hamilton just moments ago hit a go-ahead 2-run home run in this 10th. David Freese tied it with 2 strikes and 2 outs. A 2-run triple in the 9th. And it's been lead changes back and forth as we play now in the 10th. Here's Adrian Beltre. Ball 1. Beltre with a home run back in the 7th. Strike one. So again, the Cardinals are in a position in the bottom of this inning where they do not have anybody left on their bench. They will have Descalso, John Jay, and then the pitcher's spot. You can see someone like Garcia who swings the bat well. One of the pitchers. But the bench is empty as Beltre pops it up right side, foul ball, out of play. Josh Hamilton has not really let on just how injured that groin is. But it's been good enough. And here in his 6th at bat of game 6, he has his first home run. Here's a 1-2. Hit hard. Freese knocks it down and throws for the out. And again, a 2-run lead, and the Rangers are 3 defensive outs away from their first championship. Josh Hamilton goes deep to right. 9-7 back after this from your local Fox station. To the veteran left-hander Darren Oliver. Former Cardinal, actually led the Cardinals in innings pitched back in '99. He's been a good, reliable reliever for Ron Washington, and now he is in the game trying to save it for Neftali Feliz.
And the Cardinals have 2 left-handers to lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th. Out-of-bench players.
All the guys to be on the mound to end potentially this World Series. It's Darren Oliver. And the count is even 1-1 on Descalso, who is 1 for 1. Josh Hamilton with a home run to put the Rangers on top again by 2. That is low, 2-1. Saw that note. 6 career saves for Oliver. 1 in the postseason. 2-2 on Descalso. Oliver got the win. Game 5 3 nights ago. Still 2-2. That's foul. Oliver just turned 41. Got into pro ball in '88 and first got to the big leagues with Texas in '93. The 2-2 in the air down the line, and that ball will get out of play.
You missed it!
Cardinals have stranded 8 tonight. Texas 11. Descalso is on to start the inning. And now John Jay will be the hitter.
Jay with his first World Series hit his last time up. Descalso now 2 for 2 in this game.
Edwin Jackson, who swings the bat well from the right side. Jaime Garcia swings the bat well from the left side. It's Jackson on deck. Garcia obviously starting in this game hours ago. And Jackson is the lone guy left on that bench among the pitchers who can swing the bat well. 0-1. With a fly ball into left. That ball is going to drop for a hit. And it's 2 on with nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th.
And now Tony La Russa thinking, I've got to send my best bunter up there. And I assume it's Edwin Jackson. How about this? Talking to Jose Oquendo, the third base coach, and he's got to be bunting in this situation.
And then you go to Terrio. And we saw Feldman getting loose, and here comes Mike Maddox. What a game.
Now, normally with the right-handed batting Jackson at the plate, you bring in the right-hander, but because it's easier for a left-hander to make that play at third base, I think you leave Oliver in the game. They'll definitely do that with Maddox out there because Washington makes the moves. So you leave the left-hander. Now Jackson's coming back out.
And Loesch is coming up. Loesch considered the better bunter of the two.
Really doesn't matter, but I assume Jackson was announced.
He was. The Cardinals have 2 starting pitchers that can swing the bat. Garcia started this game. Jackson announced as a pinch hitter, and Loesch is up there likely to bunt. With runners at first and second, nobody out. Back-to-back hits by the left-handed batting Descalso. The left-handed hitting John Jay. That is, did he offer at it? He did not. They appealed down to first, and Loesch got out of the way somehow. Boy, look, he looked like he still offered at that pitch, never really pulled the bat back.
I think he did. Cardinals got the call. I'll tell you, the ball almost hit him. A slider inside. And they had the wheel play on where Beltre charges and Andrus goes to third. We'll see if they do it again.
This one is in the air. It gets over the head of Beltre and out at first as the bad bunt by Loesch works out as he gets it over the head of Beltre. Second and third, one out.
What a recovery by Elvis Andrus. He's headed toward third. The ball over the head of Beltre. Andrus reverses his pace, going to third, and recovers in time to make the throw to Kinsler covering. I have never seen that happen on one of those wheel plays. My gosh.
And now Theriot. Guess who's on deck?
Who?
Albert Pujols. But you've got a right-handed hitter now, a righty in Pujols, and we'll see if it's Feldman to come into this game.
Watch Ian Kinsler, who almost goes 90 feet to get the out. He was towards second base, all the way across from second to first, as Andrus recovers and makes the play.
And that's going to be it for Darren Oliver. And Feldman, who's been so good this postseason for the Rangers, will come in. Theriot is coming up with Pujols on deck. What a night of baseball here in St. Louis, Game 6. Save it. He does not have a save in his big league career. He will pitch to Theriot, and the Cardinals have second and third, one out, down by 2. In case you're wondering, it's been 87 games since Theriot's last home run, but he's thinking, get a hit. Theriot up, and Albert Pujols lurking on deck. Good breaking ball from Feldman, strike one. 0-2. Feldman, who had knee surgery at the end of the World Series last year, was not on the playoff roster for the Rangers. 17-game winner in 09. Is 0-2. Still 0-2. Ontario 6 for 10 in the division series. Has struggled since the start of the LCS. Takes the ball outside. 2 out of 17 since the end of the series against the Phillies.
3 of the 4 pitches breaking balls to Terrio. See if he gets another.
Left side. Coming to the plate, Descalso. Out at first is Terrio. It's a 9-8 game with Pujols coming up.
I don't think they pitched to Pujols here. Not after walking him 3 times intentionally in game 5. But if you walk him, you pitch to a very tough Lance Berkman.
And a very hot Lance Berkman. He has been the Cardinals' best hitter.
He's been the best hitter in the World Series.
This will take the bat out of Pujols' hands, but you can understand the decision. Berkman batting in the number 4 spot tonight behind Albert Pujols. And the Texas native, Lance Berkman, will walk to the plate. Comments made during the offseason about Texas being an average team. He has since apologized, Berkman has, for those comments. There was some talk in July of John Mozeliak, the Cardinal GM, trading Berkman to the Texas Rangers before the deadline. Cardinals not only hung on to him, but signed him to a 1-year deal for 2012. Good speed with the lead runner, John Jay. Pujols, the runner at first. 2 out. Back.
Looking fastball and missed it. The trail runner is Pujols, representing the potential winning run. Not a fast runner, but very savvy on the bases.
Outfielders are so deep.
So deep, I was thinking the same thing. Why go into a doubles defense when a single will tie it?
I don't get it.
I don't either.
A base hit out of the infield, and John Jay can walk home.
That's right.
The best arms are in center with Hamilton and in right with Cruz. But they're so deep.
They're too deep for their arms to do any good.
Strike 2 on Berkman, and again the Cardinals are down to their last strike, and the Rangers are 1 strike away. 2. Tying run at second base. In the air to right center. This game is tied. Going to third is Pujols, and it's 9-9. They just won't go away.
And the battle of the beards, the great beard won.
Now Alan Craig could end the night. Berkman takes second on ball 1 low. That's not an insignificant play. Because a ball up the middle, that takes that force play away from the Rangers. Winning run at third. 2 out. Left side. Beltre gathers it, throws it. And we are going to the 11th. Hamilton homer to give Texas the lead. The Cardinals tie it. RBIs by Theriot and Berkman with 2 out. What a night. Tied 9-9. Westbrook takes over. Here's the game-tying hit off the bat of Lance Berkman in the bottom of the 10th. And with the outfielders as deep as they were, there was no drama as Jay scored easily. Berkman saluted when he got back out to right field. Westbrook's ready to go, but there is no hitter. Finally, Nelson Cruz comes out of the dugout. Westbrook wasn't even on the active roster for the Cardinals for the division series of the NLCS. He worked 1 inning of relief on Sunday night and was on the list, at least, of potential starters if there is a Game 7 tomorrow night. Nelson Cruz's homer tonight, his only hit. His 8th home run of this postseason. The sinker ball bounces it in, ball 1.
If Westbrook is right, you'll see the ground balls. Must stay down in the strike zone.
Fly ball into right center field, and Berkman, the latest hero for the Cardinals, goes to get it. 1 out. Now Napoli with Murphy on deck. If anybody gets on in the inning, the pitcher's spot. And Ron Washington would have to dig even deeper into his bullpen as Mark Lowe, a right-hander, gets loose. Napoli has popped 2 home runs in this World Series. 3 this postseason. He's been taking big swings. Ball 1 inside.
On base 4 times tonight. 3 walks, 1 intentional with a double.
He gave Texas a lead back in the 4th inning with an RBI hit that twisted his left ankle going around second. He's able to continue, and he has made an impact since. His bat and his arm, and now he flies one into right. Berkman will play it on a bounce. It's a 1-out single. So now 5 times tonight, Napoli has been on base. And here's David Murphy. Murphy, who hit 11 home runs during the regular season. None so far in the postseason. Nobody is in the on-deck circle, and now Torey Alba comes out as Feldman's spot is next. The 1-0. Ball and a strike. Mark Lowe, who was also an addition to this roster prior to the World Series, is getting loose. Here's a 1-1. Fly ball into center. Jay is there, 2 out. We'll see if Torey Alba bats, or if Ron Washington wants to keep Feldman in the game. He's used Torey Alba once as a decoy and now again.
Double decoy for number 8.
And it makes sense. I mean, there's a runner at first, 2 out. I think a different situation. Ron Washington would have used the pinch hitter, but he wants Feldman is his best option out of the bullpen now.
That's absolutely correct. On the other hand, I'm not sure. Scott looks like he knows whether to bat left-handed or right-handed.
Now indecision. We're going to get Herman to come off the bench and bat with 2 out.
Feldman's been the most effective guy other than Neftali Feliz in the bullpen. I don't know what happened there.
I don't either. I mean, if you're going to have Torrey Alba stand out there as a decoy,
why not have Herman stand out there?
So obviously indecision.
Yep.
And this means that Mark Lowe will be in the game and Feldman's gone.
That's right.
I think the Cardinals would take that trade.
I do too.
Ball one down and away. One ball, no strikes on Herman. Should end the inning. Theriot backs up, makes the play. So the Rangers don't get the hit out of Herman, and they've lost their most effective reliever they had left on the night. Cardinals tied it. Hamilton put the Rangers back on top. Berkman tied it again. Bottom of the 11th. Tied at 9. In great game sixes in World Series history, 75. The Fisk home run. How about Reggie with 3 home runs to win that World Series? Who can forget this one? The ground ball off the bat of Mookie Wilson between the legs of Bill Buckner. Kirby Puckett with a catch. And later a home run. Joe Carter off Mitch Williams to win the 93 World Series. And now how about this one? You've seen a lot of baseball, Tim. This one, I mean, we've seen bad defense early. We've seen 3 big home runs hit by the Rangers here late. And now Nelson Cruz was slow to get to the plate for that last at bat. Is out, and that leaves Esteban Herman in the game in left. David Murphy goes from left to right, and the pitcher now will have to bat in Cruz's spot, the number 6 position.
This is already a classic.
Mark Lowe into the game. Ball 1 up and in. But David Freese, who with 2 outs and 2 strikes, tied this game in the 9th with a 2-run triple into right. It's Freese now, then Yadier Molina, then Descalso. C.J. Wilson is getting loose. Is at 4 home runs this postseason. He's swinging for number 5 right there, and it's a full count.
The Rangers a strike away from winning it in both the 9th and 10th innings. 2 strikes on Freese, 2 strikes on Berkman.
Hits it in the air to center. We will see you tomorrow night.
How did this happen?
That's what the Rangers have to be saying to themselves and the Cardinals. Crashing this postseason party. And they have pushed this 2011 postseason to the final day. And it has been some kind of ride. Home run number 5 this postseason for the hometowner.
We talked about his power to right and his power to center, and he powers the Cardinals to a win.
Runs on, 13 hits, 3 errors for the Cardinals, 9 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors for Texas, and a final in 11. And we welcome you to the Chevrolet World Series postgame show on Fox. Let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. David, you grew up here. You know what it's like to be a Cardinals fan. What was it like hitting that home run?
Man, that was incredible. I'm just glad I had a chance after looking like an idiot on that pop-up. But we fought back, you know. We made some mistakes early on, but I mean, the way the Cardinals and we've all been playing lately, you know, you expect to come back like this. This is a good feeling. I'm pumped we're playing tomorrow.
The triple in the ninth. Did you think it would be possibly caught? Did you think it might go out?
You know, I don't know. Initially, I was like, this is a great. Are you kidding me? My first AB off Feliz is in this situation ever. And I just bared down and, got a pitch to hit. And initially, I thought I hit it pretty good. And I thought Cruzy was going to grab it. So just a lot of emotions on that one.
Yeah, it looks like it took a beating at the plate. Your shirt's ripped. What happened?
I think the shredder got a hold of me. That was just an incredible feeling. Seeing all the teammates at the dish waiting for me, it was cool.
David, last thing. How do you guys find the resilience to come back time and time again?
I think it starts up top. You know, Tony's all about winning, and he has a knack for getting us ready. I mean, he's done it for 30-something years, and he knows what he's doing. Whether we're down 10.5 back or we're right in the thick of things, he knows what he's doing. And then the character in this team, we want to be here. You know, we're not going anywhere. We're going to fight till the end.
David, thank you very much. Joe, back to you.
Well said by David Freese, a kid who quit the game of baseball after his senior year in high school, rededicated himself, was traded from San Diego to his hometown team, and now he's getting his shirt ripped off at the end of a 4-hour, 33-minute Game 6. He wins it after tying it in the ninth. What a night for number 23 and for baseball, as we are going to go to 7 games. Chris Rose and the guys on the other side of the break from St. Louis. Wow.